To the New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act, NJSA 10-4-10, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by advertising such notice in the Home News Tribune, the Asbury Park Press, the Board Office, the schools, and on Cablevision, Channel 118, and Verizon Files 24, and by filing such notice with the Township Clerk. This meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, May 24, 2024. The Board will take formal action on payment of bills and other agenda items. Thank you.
The Old Bridge Township Board of Education acknowledges that the law of this state establishes that members of the public, including members of the board, have the right to record public board meetings using audio or video recording devices, provided that the act of recording does not interfere with the business of this public board meeting. Therefore, the board makes it known that any such recording is to be considered the private recording of the individual and in no manner represents the official record of this board. The board therefore takes no responsibility for such private recording and completely disavows any future use.
Thank you, Mr. Wydell. Roll call, please.
D'Antuno.
Present.
Giordano.
Here.
Jodry.
Here.
Francisco.
Here.
Lent. Marquetta.
Here.
Mazzone.
Here.
Slade.
Here.
Solokowski.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Can everybody please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
That way.
Is that right after?
That way.
Oh. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Everybody please remain standing, please. Move the Board of Education acknowledge the death of Thomas Toth, retired maintenance worker, and Anne-Marie Lockhart, retired noon-hour supervisor, and express its deepest sympathy to their families and friends. Thank you. Code of Ethics? This is too loud.
Yes. The board member will hold confidential all matters pertaining to the schools which, if disclosed, would needlessly injure individuals or the schools. In all of the matters, she will provide accurate information and, in concert with fellow board members, interpret to the staff the aspirations of the community for its school.
Thank you, Mrs. Slade. District goals, okay. Board goals, approval of minutes.
D'Antuno will move.
Can I get a second?
Ms. Owen will second.
Roll call, please.
D'Antuno.
Yes.
Giordano.
Yes.
Jodry.
Yes.
Francisco.
Yes.
Lent. Marquetta.
Yes.
Mazzone.
Yes.
Slade.
Yes.
Solokowski.
Yes.
Resolution for approval of minutes passes.
Thank you. Report of the student representative to the board.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Yes.
I hope you all are having a great week. Last Friday was prom. Everyone showed up in beautiful attire, and we had a lot of fun dancing and eating food. And then just yesterday was scholarship night. Over 200 students were awarded scholarships, which is the highest amount in Old Bridge history. This morning, we had our awards ceremony, where we recognized the top 15% of students, as well as gave out some club scholarships. And then these past 2 weeks have been AP exam testings. Students have been working really hard and studying all year long for the exams, and they really rocked it. Unfortunately, this is my last meeting. I'm really sad to go, but I enjoyed my time with you all, even though it did get a little heated at times. The board has been so great to me, and I was ecstatic to see you all at different school events. Thank you for everything, and I wish you all luck in your future endeavors.
Thank you. I don't know how we're going to replace you. It's going to be very difficult. Thank you for everything you did this year. Thank you. Okay, now we're coming to the recognition for the retirees. Yes.
Nessie, are you staying?
Am I going?
Are you staying for the meeting?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Then I'll thank you at the end.
Oh, okay.
We want to thank Stephen Schuster, Annette Antizzoli, Tracy Ruggiero, Barbara Burke, Josephine Christina, Laura Persercia, Barbara Mitchell, and Karen Lyons for their dedication and hard work with Old Bridge, a total of 107 years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, now we're coming to why we're here this evening. One of the reasons that this is teacher recognition, our Teacher of the Year award. I was nominated once, but I never got it. And I wish all of you a lot of luck, okay? So let's start this. Mr. Cetadina, would you please go down below? Or how do you want to start this?
At this point, I will invite the co-chairs of the Instructional Council to walk us through the process, and I think they'll just kind of read something, give a script, and tell the board what to do.
Yes, we will. Thank you, Mr. Citadino. Thank you, Board. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for attending the Old Bridge Township Public Schools Teacher and Educational Service Professional Recognition Program. I'm Anahita Keeler, Director of Arts and Culture. This is Stacy Sweeter, Secondary Mathematics Coach. We are the current co-chairs of the Old Bridge Instructional Council. The Instructional Council is an advisory committee comprised of teachers, one paraprofessional, administrators, ACE, and central administration members. Our purpose is to collaboratively review and address instructional processes, procedures, and district policies, and make recommendations for improvements. The Instructional Council manages the teacher and ESP recognition program, and on behalf of the entire Instructional Council, congratulations to everyone being recognized. Tonight, we will meet educators who lead with kindness and compassion. In a world that sometimes emphasizes achievement over empathy, these teachers stand as beacons of light, guiding, nurturing, and inspiring the next generation. When we think back to teachers who made a lasting impression in our own lives, we know it wasn't just their mastery of the subject matter, it was their genuine care, their willingness to listen, their ability to tell a joke when we needed a laugh, and their way to see potential even when we may not have seen it in ourselves. The program tonight celebrates these heroes, the real MVPs of education, and we are forever grateful for your kindness, your care, and inspiration. This program would not be what it is today without the generous contributions from several acronyms: OBEA, OBAA, OBSA, OBDO, SEPTA, and PTA President's Council. Thank you all for contributing. 3 years ago, the Instructional Council, with the support of the OBEA and Central Administration, opened up the Teacher and Educational Support Professional of the Year nomination process from faculty and staff to include parents, guardians, and students. This year, we're really proud we received a total of 387 nominations from across the district, highlighting and recognizing the dedication of Old Bridge teachers and staff.
The common view of a teacher is a person whose occupation is to deliver instruction in a school. Having read through the nominations, I'd like to offer a more inclusive definition, as the true picture of a teacher is so much more. Teachers are perpetual experimenters, content creators, graphic designers, event planners, entertainers, time optimizers, enthusiasm spreaders, specific feedback givers, high expectation holders, social and emotional barometers, cheerleaders, record keepers, psychologists, innovators, and ultimately, wizards, magicians, and superheroes. They surmount the seemingly insurmountable by always finding ways to adapt and evolve with the rapidly changing landscape of our world. To support the comprehensive definition, please listen to a sampling of some statements from parents who submitted nominations.
My child is excited to go to school every day.
I am so beyond grateful for the difference this teacher has made in my child's life.
The students become her family.
She is an absolute dream to have as a teacher.
My daughter has made great strides in her independence and confidence because of her teacher.
My son has flourished because of this teacher.
My daughter loves math because of her.
The teacher has been an inspiration to my son to read and be interested in reading.
The teacher gave them a great love for reading, but truly built their confidence and gave them each a voice.
You can absolutely tell it's not just a job to her.
My son loves writing and has become a great writer. He went from disliking writing to wanting to be a sports writer when he gets older.
I can't express how much she impacted our lives. She has an unspeakable compassion for our children and her job.
The growth in my son's emotional, social, and academic learning increased drastically throughout the year.
The teacher has gone over and beyond his duties as a teacher and coach. I will forever be grateful that my son is taught by him.
Seeing the joy on my son's face when he talks about his day in her class is so heartwarming.
She makes the students feel so proud of themselves.
She has left a lasting impact on my son and planted a seed to help him continue to find ways to enjoy learning.
She is the reason they are great essay writers.
The improvements that our kindergarten daughter has made thus far are truly incredible.
My son tells me all the time how proud he is of himself because of all the things he is learning.
My daughter's confidence skyrocketed thanks to the kind words her teacher is always speaking to her.
My son is the happiest he has ever been.
And now some statements from students who submitted nominations. My teacher has captivated my interest for history and inspired me to want to pursue teaching history as my profession.
Coach has been the most loving, almost big sister that plenty of others and I have ever had.
My teacher always helps me believe in myself.
I look up to her as not only a teacher, but a person, and hope to be half of who she is when I grow up.
Every single conversation I've had with my teacher has made me feel so much better about anything going on in my life.
Coach has helped me with many difficulties and has really just been so helpful to me.
The teacher's patience, creativity, and attitude rubs off on me, and I now know exactly who I want to be when I grow up.
Anytime I'm having a bad day, my teacher notices and makes sure to ask if everything is okay.
My teacher can make anyone's day better after just one conversation.
This teacher truly is amazing at her job, not only as a teacher, but as someone to rely on.
And finally, my teacher sees me for who I truly am and never judges.
And one more, I wonder if she ever sleeps. These outcomes happen when educators, like our Old Bridge staff, have hearts so big that they soar beyond learning standards, beyond the class time, and beyond the traditional definition of a teacher to have a profound and immeasurable impact on the lives of children. We are in the business of enhancing the human experience, and our sector has no quota, no ceiling. Many after and before school hours are spent doing the myriad of other jobs that result in the best possible experience for students when they are in the classroom.
The 20 individuals we celebrate this year embody the boundless dedication to the Old Bridge Ohana that lifts their students, colleagues, and the Old Bridge community. They have provided an educational experience that motivates, encourages, and bolsters maximum student achievement. We would like to thank the educators we honor here tonight for inspiring the children of Old Bridge and for your incessant dedication to your students and the Old Bridge community. Tonight's recognition will include a PowerPoint spotlighting the 2024 Teachers of the Year and the 4 Educational Support Professional recipients, while we, Stacy and I, share some highlights about each recipient. We ask that all honorees please make your way to the center when we call your name to be celebrated. Will our administration and Board of Education members on stage please join us in the audience? Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Very well put.
And now to our recipients. From M. Scott Carpenter Elementary School, Ms. Christy Richardson. Ms. Richardson creates a third grade class that feels more like a family, where positivity and connection are emphasized. Not only does she take the time to play fun and engaging lessons like Glow Day, Bubble Day, and Bat Day, she's always willing to lend a hand to colleagues.
From Leroy Gordon Cooper Elementary School, Patricia Conley. Ms. Conley's passion for education is evident through her tireless efforts to create a positive and inclusive learning environment. She has an innovative approach to teaching, as she is always on the lookout for new strategies. She ensures that her instructional methods are not only effective, but also tailored to meet the unique needs of each student.
Should I just keep going? John Glenn Preschool, Lori Franklin. Ms. Franklin is a tremendous asset to the preschool. Her love and dedication to the students has created a safe and fun learning environment, which has resulted in preschool students who are excited to learn and who love coming to school.
From Virgil I. Grissom Elementary School, Christine Doyle. Ms. Doyle always goes the extra mile to help her students. Her patience, kind heart, and compassion transform her class into a nurturing environment. Her teaching style keeps students interested in learning.
From Madison Park Elementary School, Dawn Larson. Ms. Larson helps her students reach more success, understand themselves better, and make well-thought decisions leading to better choices to propel them to greater heights in life. She cultivates self-esteem, self-confidence, and self-worth in her students.
From James A. McDivitt Elementary School, Veronica O'Brien. Ms. O'Brien pays attention to small details about students' lives and genuinely cares for them. She shares her smile and appreciative outlook with her students daily and keeps open and honest communication with families.
From Memorial Elementary School, Karen Diamond. Ms. Diamond is a remarkable individual who maintains great relationships with students, colleagues, administrators, parents, and the community. She has an exceptional work ethic, is deeply compassionate and caring, and has a calming presence that helps alleviate the students' fears and anxieties.
From William A. Miller Elementary School, Kelsey Dunnigan. Ms. Dunnigan seems to effortlessly individualize each student's experience while also teaching in a group setting. It is clear that she loves what she does. It can be seen in her positive demeanor, caring nature, and the attention she shows each student in their education and personal life.
From Walter M. Shara Elementary School, Natalie Galetta. Ms. Galetta truly cares for her students and instills a love of learning in all. She spends a lot of time inside and outside of the classroom planning so that each student has an individualized plan to help them succeed.
From Allen B. Shepherd Elementary School, Stephanie Amadio. Ms. Amadio treats her students with kindness, respect, and empathy. She makes her students feel comfortable and safe. She is treasured by colleagues and parents alike as someone who happily shares knowledge, ideas, and insight.
From Voorhees Elementary School, Kristen Stryker.
What about Alyssa?
Oh, shit.
Oh, we-
I'm sorry. My apologies. Sorry, I wanted to make sure you were paying attention. Good job. Well done. See, that's why we need teachers in the room. From Southwood Elementary School, Alyssa Altamore. Ms. Altamore's ability to differentiate assignments and challenge students at their appropriate level is truly commendable. She continuously finds ways to engage and motivate them to reach their full potential. Her creativity and enthusiasm shine through in her lessons, making learning a joyous experience.
From Voorhees Elementary School, Kristen Stryker. Ms. Stryker is overflowing with love, patience, and a tireless work ethic advocating for her students' success. She communicates with parents in a way that makes you feel like you are family. Her classroom is inviting, clean, neat, and sensory friendly.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
From Jonas Salk Middle School, Robert Benetti. Mr. Benetti organizes school-wide events that contribute to the culture and climate of our school. The whole student body has better relationships with each other, as well as their teachers, as a result of Mr. Benetti's creativity and inspiration.
From Carl Sandburg Middle School, Jenna Diorio. Ms. Diorio is a natural teacher, highly educated in her craft. She is flexible, caring, compassionate, and has shown her dynamic A game this school year. Her exceptional way of interacting with students with patience and encouragement helps them grow to become more independent and confident. Congratulations.
From the Ellen McDermott Grade 9 Center, Frau Britta Schmitz. Ms. Schmitz not only organizes and implements the expansive German exchange program each year, she has a classroom that is a breath of fresh air. She keeps a close eye on how all students are feeling, and her classroom is somewhere that students can feel safe, understood, and appreciated, all while understanding the material.
from Old Bridge High School, Andrew Borriello. Mr. Borriello has elevated the Old Bridge High School woodworking program to get beyond the birdhouse and make the program relevant in today's job markets. He created a Wood 4 course for seniors, which is a student-based enterprise where students design, create, and sell items directly to the community. All of the money that is raised by the students goes directly to senior scholarships. Congratulations.
One of the two, elementary educational services professional, Jacqueline Dibbins. Ms. Dibbins understands and meets students' needs daily. She has established relationships with all of the students, and they never hesitate to turn to her for support. She embodies the traits of respect, caring, and professionalism, and exceeds the expectations of her role. Congratulations.
And our next elementary educational services professional, Chen Reyes. Ms. Reyes is an extremely helpful and positive person who is always willing to lend a hand. She knows the true meaning behind being a team player. She has contributed in a variety of different settings, and to say she goes above and beyond is an understatement. Congratulations.
Our secondary educational services professional, Karen Brown. Ms. Brown has helped students make tremendous strides in both academic and social situations. She has a huge heart, a willingness to identify and accommodate individual differences in each student, and she values their willingness to learn. Congratulations.
And our district educational services professional, Glenn Kraft. Mr. Kraft is an exceptional craftsman. He enhances situations for faculty, students, administration, and custodial staff. He is kind, friendly, and always has a smile to share while making everyone's lives easier. Congratulations. We would like to thank Steve Gajewski, Susan Walsh, and the students in the TV production program for facilitating this presentation. Thank you. Thank you to Adrian Klein and the photography students. We thank you as well. And we also want to thank each of the building administrators for their support throughout the Teacher of the Year process. At this time, we would like to take one last opportunity to recognize the Old Bridge Township Public School Teachers and Educational Support Professionals of the Year.
say that. Why don't you just say
Okay.
this after this?
As Sylvie Gullum once said, no one person can change the world, but one and one and one add up. Thank you all for making our world better. Recipients, you may now join your families in celebrating. Thank you.
Okay, would any board members like to say anything to the teachers that were nominated Teacher of the Year and they did win their big prize? I mean, they're leaving already. Okay, Ms. Mazzone would like to say something, please. Can we have your attention, please? Go ahead.
I'm gonna break this up. Jen.
Can I please have your attention? Can you quiet down? Christina, go ahead.
The influence of teachers extends beyond the classroom, well into the future. It is they who shape and enrich the minds of the young, who touch their hearts and soul. It is they who shape a nation's future. F. Sinal Jose. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate each and every one of these teachers for receiving this honor. They say a good teacher can inspire hope, ignite imagination, and instill the love of learning. For many of our students here in the district, across the country, and even around the world, teachers are a comfort when things are hectic, especially in the world we're living in today. To many, teachers are not only teachers, but second parents, friends, and an ear to listen. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you all for helping to shape the future. As a parent with young children in the district, I am grateful to be able to experience some of Old Bridge's best, including one of Grissom's own, Mrs. Christine Doyle. Mrs. Doyle is receiving this award for the third time throughout her 27 years working for the Old Bridge School District. She won in 2002 to 2003, 2012 to 2013, and this current year. Both of my girls had the honor of having Mrs. Doyle, and I can only hope that my third will as well. She has not only taught our children, but has mentored them and drove them way past any expectations set for first graders. She is a member of the SCIP, which is the School Improvement Panel, which plays a crucial role in teacher mentoring and professional development within our schools. She's a dedicated PTA member and an event attendee, and a cooperating teacher for the student teachers. She has mentored long-term substitutes and newly hired teachers, helped organize school-wide Kindness Week activities for students and staff, attended Summer Institute, and delivers Thanksgiving baskets to school community. I cannot emphasize enough how amazing of a teacher and human being this lady is. She caters to each student's needs individually and goes out of her way, both in school and after, to make sure each kid's needs are always met. She is a crucial part of the Grissom family. She has stepped up to the plate when needed most, and even when it's not needed, she's always there to lend a hand. It is with great honor and privilege to be able to stand up here tonight while you receive this award. Congratulations, Mrs. Doyle, you deserve it.
Thank you, very well put again. Anybody else would like to say anything? Go ahead.
I just want to congratulate all of the winners, but also all of the nominees. We have a great district, and what makes our district great is our staff. So thank you, and congratulations to all.
I would also like to congratulate all the teachers that received the award. Keep it up. Do the same thing next year.
I'd like to congratulate all the teachers and ESPs who received the award. You put the proud in Old Bridge proud. Thank you.
Yes. I'd like to echo the words. I'd like to congratulate all the teachers that were nominated and selected. You guys do a great job. You motivate my daughters to come to school kind of every day, every other day. Thanks again.
And I also like to congratulate all the teachers that won Teacher of the Year, and especially to Mr. Borriello, who was the lacrosse coach while I was in high school. So a special congratulations to him. Thank you.
I would like to also congratulate all of the Teachers of the Year and the Education Support Professionals of the Year, all of those who are nominated. And have been a teacher and been in your shoes, I truly, truly get the passion, the work that goes into what you do every day. And we are so appreciative. And congratulations.
Okay, thank you all. Roll call, please.
Ms. Owen,
Oh,
motion?
can I get a motion to move recognition?
Ms. Owen, motion?
Second, please.
Francisco will second.
Roll call, please.
Just prior to roll call, I just want to make, for the note, administrative correction to add Karen Lyon in the minutes, as Ms. D'Antuno had it included in recognition. So we're going to add Karen Lyon as line H and revise Barbara Mitchell's tenure from 9 years to 10. Congratulations to all.
Thank you, Mr. Waddell. Roll call, please.
Slade,
Yes.
D'Antuno,
Yes.
Giordano,
Yes.
Jodry,
Absolutely and proudly, yes.
Francisco,
Yes.
Lent, Marquetta,
Yes.
Mazzone,
Yes.
Solkowski.
Yes.
Resolutions 1 through 3 for recognition passes.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Okay, do we have a superintendent's report?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes.
Well, first, I do want to congratulate all our recipients. I remember the first time I stepped into this auditorium many years ago for this event, and I've always said this is like our Oscars. We get to recognize as a community the best that we have and our true champions within the community that don't get recognized enough. And since that time, and I really want to give a real amount of credit to the Instructional Council, we have continued to reinvent it and shape this event into something truly special. At first, it was just it was kind of like organized by the state, and you had to follow the state guidelines. And they didn't allow you to recognize the support professionals that we were able to tonight. They didn't allow you to recognize someone like Mr. Kraft, who works out in the district doing a lot of the construction work and carpentry work that make our schools operate. They didn't allow you to congratulate and support our paraprofessionals who are there in the classrooms every day with us. So it has really evolved to truly, and I always say this is like an Olding and Old Bridge type of thing, and this is a great Olding and Old Bridge type of thing, and it's truly supported by our community. And tonight, I think this is the best one I've ever seen since we've been doing this. It was seamless, it was well organized, there were no technical errors with it, which we've had in the past. It was really a great job, and everyone from the Instructional Council who was responsible for this, great job.
Progress toward goals, any?
Well, I wasn't finished with my first part yet.
Oh, you didn't finish. Go ahead.
No, I just took a pause. I took a pause. I want to congratulate, last night we had 204 seniors from Old Bridge High School receive nearly $200,000 worth of scholarships from in and out of the community, from our wonderful PTAs, from businesses, and it was a really truly special night. We also had a student named Danny Kim. accept his appointment to the West Point Academy here on stage last night, and that is something truly special. If any of you know, give it. The amount of not only academic support, academic growth you have to show to be accepted into any of the military academies is tremendous, but then you have to really exemplify true citizenship and get the support of a senator to sign off on that. So it really is a tremendous, and we've had probably 5 in the past 4 years, so it really speaks to how as a district, as a community, we're supporting our students and then having them serve our nation in the highest form you could. So congratulations to Danny Kim. And I also want to recognize a student who I've been recognizing her since she was in the 5th grade at Memorial School, Kavya Venkastran, and she's an amazing student. She received the Ray Kroc Youth Achievement Award in name of Ray Kroc, the founder of McDonald's, and exemplifies her leadership and future as a leader. And I know she's going to do great things, and she continues to do great things to bring attention to our school district and the amazing students that we put out and who go on and become great members of our society. Last night we also inducted 2 members from our past students, our alumni, into the Wall of Fame. A great job by the Wall of Fame committee in selecting Air Force Major General Anthony Giantempo and NASA engineer Christina Gonzalez. And again, Christina, as far as I know, is the 2nd active rocket scientist at NASA that has come through our doors here at Old Bridge High School and come up through our schools. So for those who criticize the students that we put out there, I think those are some great examples of, of the students that we have. And I know Kavya is going to UPenn, and we have some tremendous students who are really being leaders out there, whether at NASA or in the military. So great job by all of them. Now, Mr. President, I'd like to call attention to our next need. And, we talked in the past about having different ways of getting revenue. As we know, this is our 7th year as an S2 district, and one of the goals was always to find ways to bring revenue so our students, our teachers, didn't always have to rely upon the board for every of their dreams to fulfill in the classroom. So after a prolonged hiatus, we were able to bring back the Old Bridge Education Foundation, and from my understanding, tonight they'll be giving out nearly, almost $9,000, $10,000 worth of grants to our teachers here tonight. And we're doing this here tonight because many of our staff is here already. So I'm going to turn this over to the Ed Foundation, and they're going to, while the teachers, many of them here tonight, provide them with their grant, and then I'll end on when they're finished, I'll have one more note under progress towards goals.
Thank you, Mr. Citadino.
Thank you, Mr. Citadino. These are all the names. I'm glad to add to the fun, to giving away and adding to the excitement and the celebration of the evening. Before we start giving away some cash, I just want to talk about the Old Bridge Education Foundation. As Mr. Citadino mentioned, this has been around since the 90s, and it kind of went in a hiatus, and last year we brought it back. It was pretty exciting. It was pretty much spearheaded by Kim. Pretty much, we have about 15 volunteers on the foundation, but I think Kim wears about 16 of the 15 hats. So she does a great job with that. So congrats. Our job basically is to raise funds to give back to the teachers because obviously, as Mr. Cedillo said, it's a hot spot. You know, the allowances that you guys have, the budgets that you have, it could barely get you through a week worth of work. So we come up with functions. The 15 volunteers on the foundation, we come up with different ideas. We had 2 successful casino nights. We had a successful flea market last year. And we have another plug. This June 15th, we have another flea market at the Grade 9 Center. So if you guys want to empty out your garages and grab a table, and one man's junk is another man's treasure, June 15th. So we raised big money. Last year, we gave out $5,000 in grant money. This year, we almost doubled it. We're giving out $10,000 grant money. We had 24 applications because the teachers have to apply for these grants. We review it and decide who gets it. We're giving out 11 grants today. 3 of the requests are being covered by the administration as well. So the combination of the 2, we're giving back to the teachers. I want to thank the administration for covering that as well. Am I missing anything? No, still giving? Okay. Okay, so let's start giving out some cash, okay? The first grant goes out to Mike Kinsey from the Old Bridge High School, and they had to announce their projects. His project is milligram balances. We're giving out $876. So, Mr. Kinsey. Is not here. Okay. The second grant is going out to Tim O'Neill from the Old Bridge High School. His project was a camera lens for $789.95. Tim O'Neill. And we gave him a camera last year. Thanks, Tim. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Tim, take a picture. Good. The next grant is going to Karen Langan of Jonas Salk Middle School. Her project was food items for experiments. We're giving her $400. Karen is here. Yes, there's a lot of Karens coming. Oh, I don't mean that. Oh. Okay, yes. Yes, you're all taking it one. You get $10 each. Wow. Thank Karen. Get in. You're going to get it in? Thank you. The next grant goes to Colleen Kenny and Adrian Fernandez from Grissom School. Their project is calming kits. We're giving them $700. Thank you. No, thank you. That was great. You're welcome. The next grant is going to Amanda Godfrey from Old Bridge High School, and her project was geometry kits, $953. I think it's her second grant, right? No? First, it's the second. Okay, go. You're welcome. Thank you. Sure. Oh, okay. Take a picture. Picture. Huh? Okay, the next grant goes to Ann Pacucci from Southwood Pre-K. Her project was sensory equipment, $920. Yes, congratulations. You're welcome. The next grant goes to Kristen Celentano from the Old Bridge High School. And her project was Palms, and for the dance team, and she's getting $980. Okay, you're very welcome. The next grant goes to Danielle Toth from Old Bridge High School and the Grade 9 Center. Her project was games, and she's getting $500. Yes, great, as you so well. You're welcome. Oh, this is a biggie. The next grant goes to Justine Heredia, elementary art. Her project was adaptive art supplies and flexible seating, $1,000. You're very welcome, yes. The next grant goes to Harpreet Mali from the Old Bridge High School, the French. Her project was puppet stations for $500. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. We like this one the most. Yes, yes. They're all good, yes.
Very innovative
Yes.
grant.
Yes. Good luck. You're welcome, you're welcome.
Exactly what the foundation's for.
Yeah. And the last grant goes to Janice Liddy, elementary music. Her project was new ukuleles, $999. You're very welcome. Very good, thank you. All right, guys, thank you. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And remember, the more you give us, the more we can give back to the teachers. So thank you very much.
Thank you, very well done. Okay, Mr. Citadino, progress toward goals.
So, and just in continuation of progress towards goals, if we read the whole child goal, continue initiatives to address to the student physical, social, emotional, and mental health needs, and instill practices that eradicate bias and discrimination from our learning community. I just want to remind the community of that, remind the board of that. That is a goal that is set by the board, not by the administration, and we do our best to meet those needs. I want to say that in the past few weeks I was at the Carl Sandburg Mental Health Fair and the one today at the high school. The goal of these fairs is not to push mental health on anyone, but it's really to, kind of like the Elmbaum family have been asking us to do as a community since the loss of their son, was to eradicate the stigma against mental health that exists so that anyone who feels they need the supports for it can reach out and get it. And one of our goals as a district based upon this is, and we've said it before, I'll say it again, is to bring the needs for mental health to our students and their families. So one, it saves them money. They don't have to go outside of the school to get it. It allows for us to meet the students where they are, meet their needs where they are. So that just like anything else, if a student needs occupational therapy or physical therapy as part of their disability, we provide that here in the district. If a child needs speech, we provide that here in the district. Even though they might be able, the student might be able to have the ability to function highly as a student without speech, but to make the child whole, which is really our goal, we provide those supports here. Mental health shouldn't be seen as something outside of that. You know, I always say the mind, the brain, is the most important organ in the body, and not every student needs mental health supports, but for the ones that do, and for our staff members that do, it's important that as a community we support that. We break down those walls, those barriers, the stigmas against mental health, and we provide the supports for those who need it. Again, it's not an indoctrination, it's not forcing on anyone, it's providing a support mechanism, a safety net, so that we don't suffer any tragedies in the future when we can prevent them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cittadino. Correspondence? Any correspondence, Mr. Waddell?
No correspondence to note.
Thank you. Any special committee reports?
Yes. Oh, okay. Okay, on April 30th, we held a Special Services Committee meeting and viewed presentations by Ms. Adinolfi, Ms. Doherty, and Dr. Tui, and they presented on several topics. The first topic was transition planning in special education and secondary goals, and they talked about why it's important for our students who are graduating high school. Transition planning activities were discussed and included career awareness and exploration and preparation and training. They discussed the different tracks for transition and planning in grades 9 to 12. Old Bridge High School partners with several local businesses to provide our students with structured learning opportunities through job coaching. Transition planning helps our students to gain necessary skills for life, employment, and continuous learning. These presentations covered necessary school-based skills such as basic living skills, school skills, and vocational skills. We also discussed middle school goal setting, including monthly goal setting meetings at which goals are set for 6 to 8 week periods and are based on baseline data collected from school district assessments and other classroom-based measurements. The second presentation was introducing the topic of vertical articulation from pre-K to 8th grade. Vertical articulation between grade levels ensures that students receive consistent and seamless support services as they progress through their educational journey and promotes collaboration, continuity, and effective communication between educators, which ultimately enhances students' educational experiences and outcomes for students with diverse learning needs. Special education teachers will have in-service professional development on June 4th to discuss IEPs and behavioral supports and classroom management, as well as student-centered instruction and a review of department policies and procedures. The third presentation was an elementary update on the Second Step Social Skills Program and the expansion of the program to include social skills groups facilitated by social workers and guidance counselors. Plans for the 24-25 school year were presented. And last but not least, Dr. Tui spoke of results from the meeting with the steering committee and the proposed policy changes to policies 5561 and 5612. He reviewed steps for informing parents and staff regarding significant student behaviors and also staff materials and forms. And I'm sure you think I'm done, but I'm not. So on May 16th, the Special Education PTA, SEPTA, meeting held a meeting it marked the culmination of a school year filled with achievements. During the meeting, SEPTA presented an inspiring year in review video showcasing the highlights of their numerous contributions throughout the school year. Notable accomplishments included partnering with Staples and the OBEA to supply teachers with essential classroom materials, hosting the Fall Festival, creating the SEPTA Hub, a valuable information portal. Additionally, SEPTA completed the Boy Scout Communication Board Initiative in local parks, organized informational sessions on transition planning, sponsored the OBEF's Casino Night, and hosted a teacher appreciation lunch at Glen School, among many other projects aimed at benefiting the schools and the broader community. The final meeting of the school year was both celebratory and poignant, as it marked the end of Diane Michaels' tenure as SEPTA president. Every initiative and event that I listed above was accomplished under Ms. Michaels' dedicated leadership. Her tireless efforts and unwavering commitment have left a lasting impact, and she will be deeply missed. As the board liaison to SEPTA, the board extends our heartfelt thanks to Ms. Michael for her incredible contributions over the past 5 years. Congratulations to Kim Ventarola, the new president of SEPTA. As a As an exceptional vice president, Kim has already shown her dedication and capability, and we look forward to her continued leadership. In the words emblazoned on the T-shirts from SEPTA's recent fundraising event, "I am a difference maker," that perfectly encapsulates Ms. Michael's influence and legacy. So thank you, Ms. Michael. The next meeting will be in August before the new school year, and the date will be announced. And now I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Dodby. Anyone else?
Yes. The curriculum committee met on May 8th, and we had a presentation by our instructional coaches in the district. They shared how they help support new teachers and even teachers who have been in the classroom for quite a few years. It is evident that they have a strong connection with our staff and that our staff greatly appreciates their innovations and their creativity. They help them breathe life into their lessons in the classroom and just kind of give them that little edge. And it was great to learn about, especially as a new board member and for everybody else who attended the meeting. So thank you to the instructional coaches for that presentation and for Dr. Tui for putting that together for us.
Thank you, Ms. Francesco. Anyone else? Yes.
I keep moving this table. Jeez, sorry. With less than 20 days left of school, many of the committees are canceling their May and June meeting dates due to the busy district calendar and respecting the public's time with their families to celebrate the student accomplishments, such as the food service, the curriculum, and the Karen DI. In lieu of upcoming dates, I'm giving the accomplishment of what's been accomplished in each committee in the 23-24 school year. For the CARE Committee, we took direction from the public at the strategic planning meeting and discussed some aspects of the district website and worked with administration to bring some frequently looked at items to the main page. Next, we looked on multiple calendars of the district, which led to a review of the website providing company. We maintained our current vendor to achieve a much desired multi-level school calendar, which is coming in July. Our next goal was to try and sit at the table with some town council members to try and work together for our next project. It was decided that this was better done by more than just the committee, and our BA issued an invitation to the town, BA, and council who want to know what the agenda is. We didn't have an agenda of conversation other than Old Bridge and how we can come together. Once the state aid numbers came out, we mentioned coming together to advocate to try for a change in formula. We have not received a response from the town council. In September and October, we will pick a new focus and work from there. The DEI committee, we started the year discussing the school being an inclusive environment for our students and families. This resulted in a committee-approved climate survey for students, guardians, and staff. A follow-up survey will go out in the August-September with the parent portal access. Well, next, we discussed race concerns in the school and HIB numbers, including the demographics of both victims and offenders. This led to presentations of the district's response for the HIB offenders. In September and October, we'll go over the results of the climate survey. In food service, we brought to the surface the sideline talks and concerns of the community of food quality. Concerns of the community of food quality. We sat at the table with our vendor Aramark to share concerns, including a food quality survey to the community. Aramark brought to the table the district coordinator, and we continue to have conversations where Aramark has made adjustments to staff members, training, and meetings resulting in improved food service experience for our students. In the fall, we'll get a status update on how the food service is. In curriculum this year, we went back to basics with Curriculum 101 and learned all the different programs that Old Bridge has to offer, the different academic paths that our students can take. When we wanted to learn more about the different music opportunities the students have available, we explored the music schedule in the middle school with administration. In the fall, we'll get an update on the curriculum work that was done over the summer. For the technology committee, in our inaugural meeting was a presentation of where the district is with technology, hardware, that our students have access to, the software we use, and the privacy protection that the district uses. We postponed further discussion until after the school budget is decided.
Thank you, Ms. D'Antuono. Anyone else?
Sorry, I have something.
Go ahead.
As a reminder, we are having our finance committee tomorrow to discuss the budget, as Ms. Antuono mentioned. Last meeting, I mentioned a bill I brought up. The correct number is 5279. There's a copy and a QR code over there for anyone that wants it on their phone. And a bunch of staff of the legislators responded when I asked them about it, so it's a good sign, but they got to get moving. So keep your emails coming about any questions, information, suggestions. It'll be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Giordano. Anyone else?
Just for clarification, the committee of the whole meeting tomorrow will be executive session. We'll be discussing the budget. It was duly advertised, but again, will be closed to the public.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Hearing of residents.
Hold on. Yeah.
Okay, I have a couple of board member comments first before we start the hearing of residents. Okay, first,
As members of the Board of Education, we are elected by the residents of Old Bridge, the taxpayers, and the parents of children who attend our schools. As a result of the most recent budget crisis, and considering we have a meeting on this tomorrow, I do not feel comfortable voting on anything that has to do with the budget tonight. I cannot sit here and approve or disapprove anything. I do not know what I am exactly working with. At the end of the day, we owe it to the public to be as transparent as possible when it comes to spending their money and what it's being spent on. So with that, I will be abstaining on voting from all line items that involve the budget tonight.
thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, I would like to say something as well. I think that a lot of you who listened to the meeting last week and have really been paying attention know that we've been asking a lot of questions. I'm going to speak for myself only, as I've been going through the agenda, at least for the meeting last week and this week. I reached out to several members of our admin team to ask questions to gain clarification. I sat down with Dr. Hoker, with Mr. Wydell, with Dr. Calandria, and several other members of our administrative team. And I want for everybody to know that we are working hard to truly be the best board members we can be in making sure we gain as much understanding before we make any decisions for this district. And being a board member, being a parent, being a taxpayer, being a previous educator, I'm fully aware of what goes into the day-to-day and operations of a school. And I believe that each of our staff members plays a vital role in our school community. I don't feel that any one job is more important than another. I'll always go back to the reason, though, why we exist, and that's to educate our children. So I just want everyone to know that in our discussions, whatever comes up, that I'm not diminishing any particular position or saying that we don't need it to run efficiently, simply saying that until we go through it all, which will continue tomorrow night, like Mr. Wydell said in closed session, I, too, am just really uneasy about approving anything that has a financial attachment to it tonight. So I just think it's counterproductive. If you hear me abstaining, please don't mistake that for a lack of support or believing that we need something, just that I want to take a step back and make sure we have all of our facts. So I just wanted you to know that before you hear me abstain to certain items on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Francisco.
I have a question. Are we voting on the budget tonight? No.
No.
That's what I'm confused.
No,
I'm
but
not
there are
referring
line
to the
items-
actual budget.
There
Sorry,
are line
Christina.
items that we have to approve of stipends and stuff like that, and that, considering the budget crisis, I don't feel comfortable with approving.
Okay, I just think we were voting, so.
No, we're
But
not.
I'd like to jump in as well, since we're making comments. We've been getting a lot of emails and concerns, mostly of a support of the programs in the school system. I know maybe I'm not supposed to let the cat out of the bag, but I will support whatever it takes to keep the school district functional. Unfortunately, we get confused about taxes and money and support, and we point fingers and we try to find the cause. In my opinion, we're dealt a hand that we have to play. It's unfortunate. We are the victims of the formula from the state. And I know some people even mock the fact that it's $25 a month or $30 a month or Chipotle or Dunkin', whatever it might be. But I couldn't in my right mind, especially when I got two kids in the system who are looking forward to what they've heard about, I'll be damned if I'm going to stop why I live in Old Bridge and why I have my kids go to Old Bridge. So one more thing. And again, I might be naive to think that it's a no-brainer, but I would think it's a no-brainer for board members who either have children in the school, had children go through the school. We walk around and high-five each other about the low taxes that we paid. I'm living out here 20 years. And when my friends in Marlboro and Colts Neck and Howell, and they tell me what they're paying, I kind of have to like hide how much I pay in Old Bridge. So the fact that I could divvy up my share and contribute to the district that I brag about, I got on the board and I even learned how much better the district was. 100%, I will support paying whatever it takes to keep this district robust. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Marge, go ahead.
I agree with Mr. Slade, and I just want to say there's no better investment for my money than in the students of Old Bridge.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, see no hand. Hearing of residents on agenda items only.
Got people.
Good evening. I'm Kelly Ellis Foster. I'm a resident of Old Bridge. I'm here tonight to speak on items 9 and 10 under finance, and actually to address some comments that were made at last week's meeting that I found personally very concerning. This is in reference to 2 grants that would bring crucial mental health support to some of our most vulnerable students with the consent of parents and guardians. And these grants the lowest starts at a range of $400,000 and up to $3 million, which is at a time when the district needs to find alternate fundings as much as possible. As a board in a district, it is your responsibility to address any student issue that hinders their ability to fully participate in academic life. It's imperative to recognize that students thrive academically. They must be in an appropriate mental state. I was away for business and I had the meeting on in the background, so when I came home I pulled the transcript and listened to make sure I didn't misquote anybody. But at last week's meeting, Ms. Mazzone stated, "My only issue with this," and again, I'm a huge supporter of mental health, especially in kids, "I just don't see where the line is drawn." And Mrs. Francesco stated, "I'm just also worried about the very fine line. I feel like we're walking that right now." There's no random line when it comes to supporting the mental well-being of students. I only have 5 minutes. Mental health issues like depression and anxiety affect the student's capacity to learn. Overlooking these issues or restricting support is contrary to the very core mission of educating students. You cannot claim to strongly support mental health, then place arbitrary limits on what is considered an appropriate level of mental health support. Mental health disease does not work on a sliding scale of appropriateness. It requires comprehensive support. I was going to bring up the whole child, but I'm going to say it again just because it's so critical and that this board agreed upon. The initiative aims to address the physical, social, emotional, and mental health needs of students while instilling practices that eradicate bias and discrimination from our learning community. A child experience a mental health crisis should not have to navigate the gauntlet of personal opinions before they get the care they need. Depression and anxiety do not discriminate. These are vicious diseases that attack our children. And it doesn't matter how supportive or loving their parents are. It doesn't matter their income level. It does not care about the sexual identity or orientation of the child, their skin color, religious beliefs, or age. It stifles our children's ability to live and learn to their fullest potential. Students today do not live in the same society or face the same challenges as 50 years ago or even 5 years ago. You cannot provide services based on an ideal society you want to live in, but the reality of the world today. Your responsibility is to meet the current needs of our students. So I would like to maybe understand more of what your definition of this fine line is. Is a child riddled with anxiety so severe they can't make it to school something you deem appropriate? Is a child who is so depressed they turn to addiction or self-harm deserving of support? Does it matter the root cause of their depression? Do you want a diagnosis before you deem it appropriate to help them? I need to understand, or would like to understand, what is this fine line? So I urge the board to support all children who need mental health services without hesitation or reservation. A child suffering from a mental health issue is a child suffering, full stop. There is no room for debate or discrimination in this matter. So I urge you all to support it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, no one. Okay, would any board members like to make any comments?
Do you want me to go? Yes. Okay. So yes, I would like to reply to that. So as I had said just before, I actually had the opportunity to sit down with Dr. Hoker and with Dr. Calandria, who went through and answered, and I'm sorry, and it was also Mr. Dolan had sat in our meeting as well, and Ms. Mazzone. And what we were doing is something that I would have imagined the majority of the community, and maybe some do, would appreciate, that we are genuinely combing through agendas, item by item, and truly trying to understand what we have in front of us. When we get an agenda, it's what you see as well. We don't get any extra explanations on what's here. So for me to sit here and say yes or no to anything, I want to make sure it's the best decision. So I would hope that the community would appreciate that we're asking these questions. And I always said that I ran on transparency, so I'm doing it in public. I could, behind closed doors, ask these questions and get my answers, and no one knows I'm asking them, and no one knows what the answers are. And I'm genuine in that. So I'm asking them here so that you can all know and understand. I sat down with them, and while I said, yes, I am a firm supporter of mental health in our schools, I wanted to make sure I understood what those grants covered. What are they bringing into the district? How long are they bringing those either positions, people, or materials into the district for? Will they be pulled out from under us in a year and we're in a budget crisis, and then all of a sudden we're scrambling trying to put them back in place? And Dr. Calandria was kind enough to go through some anecdotal records on what exactly is taking place in our schools, right? And sometimes we all need to hear it, even though it's really hard to hear. And I was appreciative of that. And I feel like I'm glad that I can speak freely and that Ms. Ellis Foster can get up and speak freely too. But if you would have just given us for tonight to understand that that's something that I am agreeing with and voting for. So I just want everyone to know that I'm asking the questions, and I hope that you can applaud that just the same. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Like Elena said, we were able to sit down with Dr. Calandria and Dr. Holker, and they presented us with a whole presentation on the mental health of the children in our school. My question last week regarding the grants was merely just to be transparent with the public. As I stated in a previous meeting, I'm a 10-year recovering addict. So trust me when I say I know what mental health is, and I know how important it is to people, to children, to everybody. I do not exclude anyone from mental health. I understand that there's different types of mental health in all age groups, especially after coming out of a pandemic. So when I asked the question last week what this entails, I wanted to know just we're applying for these grants, and yes, it's a lot of money, but understand that when we apply for these grants, that money cannot just be used for just anything that we like. It has to be used for specific things. So if you're talking about being able to bring doctors into the school to treat kids for certain things without a parent's consent, I'm sorry, no, I don't agree with that. I am my child's parent, and I should be able to know what's going on with my children and my child's life. But if you're going to sit here and you're going to tell me that my child has anxiety walking into the school, Yes, maybe my child does need to see somebody. Maybe these services would be great. So again, my question merrily last week was just to be transparent with everyone so everyone understood what these grants that we are applying for apply to in the schools of our kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I just want to
Go
clarify
ahead.
too. My earlier comments about mental health and any resistance to it had nothing to do with our two board members. I actually applaud that when you ask a question and my team can provide an answer and get educated, that's wonderful. It really had to do with another elected body in the district who said we're indoctrinating students by giving them mental health supports in school, and made the ridiculous comment that most of our students in the high school are leaving on below grade level. And it's just, it does no service to this community to belittle our students, to put them down, to go for the low-hanging fruit of attacking children and our graduates here. And I think anybody who's been on this dais tonight and seen our students last night and the achievements they've had, could really see that that's not an accurate statement. So please don't think that my comments had anything to do with, the mental health supports that we're providing our students here. And I like that our board members are asking questions and, getting informed. But I have no tolerance for people who don't ask good questions, don't ask for data, don't ask for support, and make comments to bring our school down when all I'm asking for in this community is just people to work together and stop working in resistance with the school district.
Okay, I thank everyone for their comments. Policy. We don't have a motion to move it. So curriculum, professional development, 1 through 12. Can I get a motion to move curriculum?
D'Antuno will move.
Can I get a second? Can I get a second, please?
Giordano, second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Marquetta.
Yes.
Mazzone.
Yes to 1, 3, 4, and I will be abstaining from 2, 2, and then 5 through 12.
Yes for 1, 3, 4. Abstain from 2 and 5 through 12.
Yes.
Slade.
Yes.
D'Antuno.
Yes.
Giordano.
No for 5 through 9, yes for the rest.
Jodry.
Yes.
Francisco.
Yes for 1, 3, 4, abstain for 2, 5 through 12.
Lent. Solikowski.
Yes. Also abstaining from this 2, 5, right through 12.
Okay.
And that's 1 through,
Yes, I do. Resolution 1 passes. Resolution 1, hold on. Resolution 2 does not pass. Resolution
Can I ask for a
Resolution 3 does not pass. Or no, Resolution 3 does pass. Hold on 1 second.
Chris, while he's doing the math.
I believe number 2 passes as well, Mr. Whittle.
Yeah.
2 was abstain. Okay, yeah. 2 was abstained by 3 individuals and voted yes by 3. Okay. So 2 does pass. 3 does pass. 4 does pass. 5 through 9, you have 1 yes, 2 yes, 3 yes, abstain, and 1 no. 5 does pass. 6, 7, 8 does
Wait,
pass.
no. The vote on number 5 is 4-4. Is 4 yes, 1 no, 3 abstaining. So 5 does not pass.
5 does not pass. That means that 6, 7, 8, and 9 do not pass.
And 10, 11, 12 do.
10, 11, 12 do pass.
Yes.
So to clarify, 1, 3, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 9 do not. 10, 11, 12 do.
Can I just, so an abstain counts as, just clarification on the counting?
You need a majority of the members present and voting, and abstaining counts as voting to pass. So you need 5 yeses because you have 8 people here.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. So being that some of this curriculum was not passed, which to me I thought it was a non-negotiable, that someone has to write curriculum, what does that do? Does that, now it gets postponed? Because it looks like we approved some curriculum writing, and we didn't approve, we're picking and choosing what curriculum is getting written. So for the non-approved curriculum writing, right, it gets postponed? Is that?
At this point, you don't have authority to move forward with the writing. It could be acted upon at a later date after there's a budget in place, or you could stick with your existing curriculum. That happened on one curriculum last year.
Because didn't, Mr. Tui, you said we have a deadline, correct?
By the state.
But
Yes, we have to implement it by September of '24.
So we're just not having a curriculum for English and math as of this point?
We have a curriculum in place. This is just updating it, and all we're trying to do is just hold it off until after we know the budget. You're talking about $66,000 worth of curriculum writing that we would just want to see if that's in the budget, because, I mean, that's a teacher salary. So that's just...
But, and I understand
are
respecting
we
the
trying to get a
budget.
cheaper price? Is that?
No, we're not trying to get a cheaper price. But if you look through it, if you actually
I
read
did, I did.
if you actually read it, there's actually a lot on here that could be held off until our June 3rd meeting when we know the budget.
But there was no motion to postpone.
You know, it's not a motion to postpone because it's abstained, you can bring it back up.
But at the same point, to approve, and again, I'm not picking on one curriculum over another, but we approve special services, but not English and math. Right? Did I count that
Yeah.
correctly?
Yeah?
Yes, so I'm at least going to speak for myself. I abstained from all curriculum writing. I didn't pick and choose any one particular one, and guys, I mean, we can make jokes and we can laugh and we can really try to put people down for having a different opinion, and that's fine. I can take it. It's not a big deal. But I'm just asking to wait to the discussion that we have tomorrow night. 2 weeks, I don't think it's going to make a huge difference in 2 weeks. And I really think supporting one another here and there isn't a terrible thing either.
It's not.
Okay, moving on. Okay, finance. Finance 1 through 15. Can I get a motion?
Can I go back to the other question? And I guess it should have been more in discussion. Because if it's, whether we cut programs or not, let's say worst case scenario, we're going to half-day high school and all the doomsday things. We still have to have curriculum in place, state approved. And I'm not trying to disrespect your option to vote no or abstain, but at the same point, we're making the job harder for our staff. So if it is, because we discussed last time, it's not voting in 2 weeks. Our next meeting is June
18th for the agenda session,
18th.
June 25th
Right, but
for
June
the
3rd's
actual
meeting is the
board meeting.
budget
Was it
hearing
June
and
3rd?
vote. That was said last week.
No, it wasn't advertised yet, and that was, if we did have the June 3rd, that was for the budget, it wasn't an action hearing.
Right.
We're not voting on curriculum on the
We're not
3rd.
voting on curriculum,
But
so,
the curriculum is part of the budget. You need the budget to pay for the teachers to make the curriculum that we already have in place. It's
Then
not
you
like
have
we are
to make
going
a
to
mo-
school in September with no curriculum.
then you'd have to make a motion to postpone it to
No, you
a
don't.
budget hearing.
You don't.
So you can just make a,
Right now, there was no motion to table it to a certain date. The actions simply failed.
And that I
can be
understand.
brought up again at this point after if the June 3rd meeting goes forward, the budget goes forward, we'll see what that looks like. And then there may be a lot of this on your June 18th agenda.
So June
That would be the
18th, so
next
you're making it-
opportunity. So you're constricting the time frame, like Mr. Cittadino said last week. But you have several motions that just didn't pass.
Right, so the curriculum can't be voted on June 3rd. Is that correct?
No, June 3rd would potentially be a date we were looking at for our budget hearing.
Right.
We're still waiting on guidance from the state. It's still a developing situation. We're waiting on potential advertisement requirements and such. It was just a date on the calendar we had tentatively to mark, but that date is still not established, still not set in stone. Again, tomorrow, where we go after tomorrow will help kind of guide the next steps, but it is still a developing situation. We're still waiting on additional guidances from Trenton as well.
So, Mr.
So,
Slade,
David-
the answer to Mr. Slade's question is maybe. Because depending on what the budget is going to look like that's being voted on June 3rd, depending on what the state guidance is, you could have additional action on that agenda, but we do not know that yet.
Okay, moving on. Finance, 1 through 15. Can I get a motion to move finance, 1 through 15?
Jodry will move.
Can I get a second, please?
Giordano
Francisco will
second.
second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Lent is absent. Marqueta.
Yes.
Mazzone.
Yes.
Slade.
Yes.
Dantuno.
yes.
Giordano.
Yes.
Jodry.
Yes.
Francisco.
Yes.
Solakowski.
Yes.
Resolutions 1 through 15 for finance pass.
Athletics, number 1. Can I get a motion to move athletics, number 1?
Dantino will move.
Any discussion?
Ms. Owen will
Okay.
second.
Second. Now, any discussion? Roll call, please.
Francisco.
Abstain.
Lent is absent. Marqueta.
Yes.
Mazzone.
Abstain.
J. Slade.
Yes.
Dantuno.
Yes.
Giordano.
No.
Jodry.
Yes.
Solakowski.
No.
4 votes yes, 2 votes no, 2 abstains. Resolution passes. No, that's not.
Excuse me,
Excuse
sorry.
me. Does
It's
not
a-
pass.
That is a personnel item. Resolution needs 5 and fails.
Does not pass. Sorry.
Non-certified personnel, go ahead.
And this is more for clarification, Christina, it's not to pick on you. Are you allowed to second a motion and,
Yes.
okay, just clarification.
Yeah, by moving or seconding a motion, you're just putting it on the table. You can vote any way you want at that point.
Non-certified personnel, office 1 and 2. Can I get a motion to move non-certified personnel?
Jodry will move.
Can I get a second, please?
Dantino will second.
Roll call, please.
Any discussion prior?
Any discussion on 1 or 2?
Okay. Jodry.
Yes.
Francisco.
Yes.
Lent. Marqueta.
Yes.
Mazzone.
Yes.
Slade,
Yes.
Dantuno,
Yes.
Giordano,
Yes.
Solakowski.
Yes.
Resolutions 1 through 2 for non-certificated personnel office passes.
Thank you, Mr. Waddell. Non-certified personnel, operational 1 through 4.
Ms. Owen, motion.
There is an administrative correction on item number 2. Robert Moran should be administratively changed to William Moran.
Okay.
Mazzone had the motion. I have that.
Okay, can I get a second?
Francisco will second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Giordano,
No for one, yes for the rest.
Jodry,
Yes.
Francisco,
Yes.
Lent, Marqueta,
Yes.
Mazzone,
Yes.
Slade,
Yes.
Dantuno,
Yes.
Solakowski.
Yes.
Resolutions 1 through 4 for non-certificated personnel operational passes.
Non-certified personnel, other, 1 through 9. Can I get a motion to move non-certified personnel, other?
Giordano motion.
Jodrell, second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Dantuno,
Yes.
Giordano,
Yes.
Jodry,
Yes.
Francisco,
Yes.
Lent, Marqueta,
Yes.
Mazzone,
Yes.
Slade,
Yes.
Solakowski.
Yes.
Resolutions 1 through 9 for non-certificated personnel other passes.
Thank you. Certified personnel, 1 through 25.
We do have an administrative correction here on item number 5, item B for Christina Bloomstein.
Right.
There is a additional speech stipend to the degrees and step that carries an additional $2,144.
One additional correction on number 10, letter B, it should read JSMS as the school.
And separating number 11 for voting purposes.
I have a question real quick. On number 24, can someone just explain what Easy CBM is for incoming kindergarten?
Yeah.
So in the summer, Ms. Gordon tests incoming kindergarten students if the parents have requested that if they have taken a full year of kindergarten in another state because of the cutoff, she tests the students on the end of kindergarten skills to ensure that they are up to par to jump to first grade.
Thank you.
It's only if a parent requests or every kindergartner gets tested, because I don't remember that.
It's just parent request
Okay.
because of the cutoff is October 1st.
Because I
So
don't
if you're
remember
in New York, I
seeing
think the cutoff is December or January. So typically, if you come
Right.
from New York, it's a different story.
Anyone else on discussion? Okay, so we're voting on 1 through 25, separating number 11 for voting purposes.
1 through 26, separating 11.
1 through 26. Yeah, I believe so. Do we have a motion to move it?
Dantuno will move.
Can I get a second?
Jodrell, second.
Roll call, please.
Slade,
Yes.
Dantuno,
Yes.
Giordano,
No for 16, yes for the others.
Jodry,
Yes.
Francisco,
Yes for 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9,
18, 19,
18, 19,
and 26.
and 26.
Abstain for the rest.
Lent, Marqueta,
Yes.
Mazzone,
Yes to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, abstaining 8, yes to 9, yes to 10,
Okay, we're going to have to do that again. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Same ones, right?
No, not the same. Nope.
Okay, yes to 1.
I am my own person. Thank you. Yes to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Abstaining to 8. Yes to 9, yes to 10. We're separating 11. Do I have to vote on that, or are we? No, okay. Yes to 12, yes to 13, yes to 14, yes to 15. Abstaining 16, 17. Yes to 18, 19, 20. Abstaining 21, 22, 23, and 25. And yes to 24. Oh, 26, yes.
Mr. Parton, I hope you got that for me.
Got it.
And Solikowski.
Yes.
I believe that means
All motions passed.
all motions pass, aside from separation of 11 right now.
Right.
Mr. Solikowski?
No.
Mr. Solikowski, you have 2 new hires that are present.
Pardon?
You have 2 new
Oh, I
hires
know.
that are
I haven't
present. I
gotten to
just
that,
wanted to
but
make
I
you
just
aware.
voted, yes. Okay, we have some new hirees that, okay, number 11. I'm voting no on number 11. Okay, roll call, please.
Okay, roll call for 11. Slade,
Yes.
D'Antuno,
Yes.
Giordano,
No.
Jodry,
Yes.
Francisco,
Yes.
Lent, Marquetta,
Yes.
Mazzone,
Yes.
Solikowski.
No.
Resolution number 11 for personnel passes.
Okay, now let's get to our certified personnel. The new hirees, would they please stand? Ms. Francisco, you have the list, I believe.
Are they here? Our new hirees here. We have, I hope I pronounce all these correctly, Justine Nagrowski, Christina Blumstein, and Carissa Zwill. We would like to, clap for you. We would like to welcome you to Old Bridge, and we have great faith that you will bring your expertise and your passion to the classroom and to our school community, and we look forward to working with all of you. It's really bright and it's hard to see, so welcome to Old Bridge.
Congratulations, yes. Non-certified
I'll
personnel.
make the motion.
Pardon me?
Nice, I'll make the
Go
motion
ahead.
for that. I'll make the motion for that.
Okay. Can I get a second, please?
Ms. Owen will second.
That's 1 through 7, okay. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mazzone,
Yes.
Slade,
Yes.
D'Antuno,
Yes.
Giordano,
Yes.
Jodry,
Yes.
Francisco,
Yes.
Lent, Marquetta,
Yes.
Solikowski.
Yes.
Resolutions 1 through 7 for non-certificated personnel transportation passes.
Thank you, Mr. Wydell. Transportation, number 1. Can I get a motion to move transportation, please?
D'Antuno will move.
Can I get a second?
Francisco will second.
Any discussion?
I have a question on number 10.
Okay.
No, we're doing.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, wrong one. Go ahead.
Roll call, please.
Marquetta,
Yes.
Mazzone,
Yes.
Slade,
Yes.
D'Antuno,
Yes.
Giordano,
Yes.
Jodry,
Yes.
Francisco,
Yes.
Lent, and Solikowski.
Yes.
Resolution 1 for transportation passes.
Supplies, equipment, and services, 1 through 11. Can I get a motion to move supplies, equipment, and services?
Francisco will move.
Can I get a second?
Ms. Owen will second.
Any discussion?
Yes. On number 10, E-rate consulting agreement and consulting Inc., what does this, what do they do, and how come the rate, like, is it something that is a necessity that we need, and is it normal that the rates haven't changed considering the
Yes, so
incline?
E-Rate Consulting is a consulting firm through NJSBA's co-op, and what E-Rate essentially is it's utilities provided by USAC, United States, or Universal Service Administration. I apologize, I forgot the C, but essentially they give us federal monies each cycle. It's a 5-year cycle to procure upgrades for internet or network infrastructure. So these are consultants that help. There's a totally different procurement process. It's through federal procurement. So our consultants provide us through that procurement process and help make sure we have a successful project.
Thank you.
I have a quick question on number 9. Is that our website, the first in the list, I don't even know how to say that.
Yes, Apogee.
Apogee?
You'll
That's
notice
the-
it's a
the people-
tremendous discount.
Yes, I was
Based upon
noticing.
Dr. Hoker's
Negotiations?
negotiation skills,
Congratulations,
yes.
awesome.
So they're not only going to improve our parental access to dates and calendars and our app, but they're going to drop the price by $10,000. So great job,
Awesome.
Dr. Hoker.
Thank you, Dr. Hoker.
Roll call.
She's available for car shopping, too.
A roll call, please.
Lent, Marquetta,
Yes.
Mazzone,
Yes.
Slade, D'Antuno,
Yes.
Giordano,
Abstaining on 5, yes for the rest.
Jodry,
Yes.
Francisco,
Yes.
Solokowski,
Abstain on 5 also. And yes for the rest.
Resolutions 1 through 11 for supplies, equipment, and services passes.
Okay, miscellaneous, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, 1 through 9, I believe. Yes, 1 through 10. Can I get a motion to move
Mazzone motion.
miscellaneous, 1 through 10?
Mazzone motion.
Okay, Ms. Mazzone, can I get a second?
Jodrell, second.
Any discussion, please? Roll call, please.
Francisco,
Yes.
Lent, Marquetta,
Yes.
Mazzone,
Yes.
Slade,
Yes.
D'Antuno,
Yes.
Giordano,
Yes.
Jodry,
Yes.
Solokowski. Resolutions 1 through 10 for miscellaneous passes.
Dell, Board Secretary and Board Business, number 1. Can I get a motion to move Board Secretary and Board Business?
Francisco will move.
Can I get a second? Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Jodry,
Yes.
Francisco,
Yes.
Lent, Marquetta,
Yes.
Mazzone,
Yes.
Slade,
Yes.
D'Antuno,
Yes.
Giordano,
Yes.
Solokowski.
Yes.
Resolution 1 for Board Secretary and Board Business passes.
Thank you, Mr. Wydell. Hearing of residents on any school district issues, anything. Okay, we have to form a line.
Andrew Lewis, OBEA. Tonight I'm speaking for the students and staff whose futures hang in your balance. Tomorrow, when you meet in executive session to discuss next school year's budget, you have difficult decisions to make. There's no doubt about it. But those decisions shouldn't come at the expense of our students and staff. While it may seem like numbers on a spreadsheet, let me assure you, it's not. This budget represents opportunities for our children, and any cuts are cuts to their futures, cuts that hurt. Let's not mince words. As all of our buttons say, cuts hurt kids. They hurt the eager student who dreams of becoming a scientist but finds their AP classes are slashed. They hurt the student who struggles in academic courses but excels in the industrial arts. They hurt the fourth grader who will have to acclimate to a new school for just 1 year. They hurt the kindergarten student who needs a full day's education to prepare them for their academic career. And they hurt the young athlete who dreams of scholarships and a future but sees their sports teams disbanded. The decisions that you make over the next few weeks have the ability to negatively impact all students in this district, one way or another. If we lose some of the programs that are on the line, students in those programs could leave the district and the money will follow them. Behind all of these numbers are the faces of children who rely on the programs and services that we provide. It's not just the students who suffer, it's our entire community. When we cut programs, we're depriving children of the resources they need to succeed. And we're robbing our community of its most valuable asset, its future leaders, innovators, tradesmen, citizens. When you slash items from a budget, you aren't just trimming fat. You're depriving students of essential resources and limitless opportunities. Perhaps even more critically, we're robbing them of the dedicated educators and staff who are the backbone of this district. Every job is not just a paycheck. It's a ripple effect that affects every aspect of a child's educational journey. Are you, the Board of Education, willing to send a message to our students telling them that they are not worth the investment? Is that the message that you're willing to send? Our budget has been an issue for the last 7 years. Our students and staff have given up enough over the years. It's time to stop looking back and to look forward. There is a solution within our grasp. It's not easy, it may not be popular, but it is necessary. The truth is, investing in education isn't just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do. I understand the weight of this decision. I also know the cost of inaction is far greater than the cost of the investment. We cannot afford to balance your budget on the backs of our children. We look to you as the Board of Education to look forward and fix our funding issues. You have the power to change this trajectory. You have the power to invest in our children, in their education, and in their future. Do you want to destroy this district or preserve it? So I ask you, members of the Board of Education, to stand up. Stand up for children, stand up for our educators, stand up for our community, and stand up for what makes it great. Make the courageous choice. Do not let us remember you as the board who failed to invest in our future. Let us remember you as the ones who had the courage to do what was right. The children of Old Bridge are counting on you, and we cannot afford to let them down.
It's a big microphone fall from you, you know? All right, good evening. My name is Jim Phillips. I am an alumni of Old Bridge. I'm a 14-year employee of Old Bridge High School as a special education teacher. I'm a three-sport coach. I'm a resident, and in September, I'm going to be a parent of a kindergartner. And I believe this puts me in a unique position to check all the boxes. It's important to recognize that no decision has been made, and no one on this board has indicated that they're in favor of cuts. But we're concerned about the unknown. The state has granted you the ability to make a choice that is obviously difficult. As a resident and an employee, I have a decent understanding of the consequences of a 2% increase, and I understand or have a decent understanding of what a full 9.9 increase is going to look like. However, it's the decision in between that leads to the uncertainty, because any decision in between leads to cuts. Who are those cuts going to affect, and where are they going to come from? Many of you on this board have young children or a passion for specific programs, and I'm confident that the 2% minimum is not on the table. I am here to advocate for taking the maximum. You have a difficult choice ahead. You can choose to get our funding back on track and set this district up for the next decade, or you can choose to keep us on what seems like an endless cycle of May budget cuts. While no one wants to have their taxes increased, I wonder if not taking this one-time opportunity is going to set up, not taking this one-time opportunity to go above 2%, Are we going to be in the same position next year? Or are we going to end up cutting costs for more money in the long run? What happens? As a parent, I made the decision to buy back into this town because our school district is comprehensive. And it offers a wide variety of programs that will benefit my children. My family is relying on these programs. Half-day kindergarten being on the table is not an option for me. I would assume that it's not an option for the roughly 550 parents that are expecting to enroll their children into kindergarten. My wife and I work full-time jobs, and I don't suspect I'm going to be allowed to bring my daughter into the classroom each day after I pick her up from half-day. More importantly, I can't risk having my daughter fall behind on her very first year of formal education. Meaning, private school for a full-day experience is the only real option I have. And unfortunately, it's late in May, and many of these programs have reached their maximum enrollment, leaving me with no other choice, and the parents and kindergarten parents no other choice. So when given that choice between a $500 tax increase or a $1,200 monthly school tuition, you can see why probably hundreds of families in the district are going to be in favor of these increases. On to the high school. Athletics, vocational programs, elective programs, and more are what our school is truly special, and it makes us a truly comprehensive school. Cuts to any one of these programs will limit the options of our students and their opportunities. Any educator will tell you that it takes just one sport, one club, one teacher, one class to ignite a student's passion and give them the motivation to succeed. Take that spark away, and the consequences could be dire. Any amount of research will tell you that the societal changes have created challenges for our high school students, but that same research is going to tell you that these programs are the best way to positively impact our students and keep them engaged and motivated. When students are disengaged, it's going to lead to increase in bad decision making. In a time when electives and vocational studies are rapidly expanding nationwide, cutting these programs now seems like a catastrophic mistake to Old Bridge and our families. When making decisions, I always try to see the ripples and the impact that decision's going to make. If your child is a high-achieving AP student, a removal of even some of those courses from the curriculum is going to put that student behind, and they are competing with the nation's best students to get into the best colleges in the country. Will those families choose to go to private school and pay that tuition? If you remove vocational programs, will those families choose private school in order to ensure their child is prepared upon graduation? Athletics, if we want to limit the number of players on a team, we limit the opportunities to be involved and learn the valuable lessons that come from being part of a team. And this is my last part. It goes without saying that potential cuts cost jobs. But the jobs that are on the line are some of the best people, and they are the best people in the business that are going to be irreplaceable. It should be noted that while we have talked about 7 years of cuts in Old Bridge, our district continues to improve in the state rankings every single year, year over year, and our sports continue to have success year over year. Our teachers and coaches are on the front lines, and they have done more with less because of how good they are at what they do. If you remove these programs now, you might be able to bring them back. You might be able to bring them back one day. But it's the teacher that makes the difference, not the classroom.
Thank you.
I think you kept it low enough. Okay. I have it written down, so
State your name, please.
Oh, Kimberly Mascarello.
Okay.
My apologies. So I'm Kimberly Mascarello, longtime resident of Old Bridge, taxpayer, a product of our public school system. I've been teaching in town for over 25 years. I have 2 children in our Old Bridge public schools, one at Salk and one here in the high school. First, I'm going to go off task, even though I'm not supposed to. I would like to congratulate all of my fellow colleagues and our honorees this evening for their recipients and their Teacher of the Year, and recognize them as all the grant recipients as well. It's really what we should be here for tonight, and at this May meeting every single year, and it seems like year after year, for some reason we're here on some other hot topic, and it's starting to get a little draining, but here we are again. So I'm here to speak on a few points regarding the district budget. First, I'll speak as a taxpayer and a teacher in the town. If we go to the 9.9, we are looking at a possible 300 increase on average. Every year when I look at that tax assessor card, I seem to notice my taxes go up regardless. So I would rather know at least why my taxes are going up this time. As a teacher, I'm sure others could agree. I know my husband definitely can vouch for me. $300 a year is nothing compared to what a teacher spends on the classroom for her or their students and other necessities. My next point. For years, we have been trying to expand our performing arts program, and the fact that these might be consideration for cuts, frankly, sickens me. I speak not only as a performer, a music teacher, but someone who also has children and knows children that love to perform and what performing arts can do for the children. I cannot tell you the amount of times I have heard from parents, teachers, guidance counselors. It's amazing how Johnny's attendance improves and grades improve during musical season or choir. As a parent, I want to mention the importance of our guidance counselors and the mental health grants and programs in our schools. As parents, we all want to be the ones that our children come to and trust. We want to be the ones that get them the help that they need outside of school hours if they need it. But if there is one person, a guidance counselor, a mental health care counselor, anyone in our schools that they feel comfortable going to, we should have that. Hopefully it's not a dire situation and they go back to class and you are called and can address it further at home. But what if it is more serious? Wouldn't you want them to catch it? Wouldn't you want them to help your baby? I know you would feel helpless and frustrated that you personally couldn't be that one and couldn't be there someone there, but that someone is there to help you and your child get the help you need. That could truly save their lives. Maybe this won't happen for you, and I hope that it never does. But at least it's someone that's there and in place. And I see it every day, and I've experienced it firsthand. And I'm truly grateful that we have them. So in closing, I know you all have a difficult job and difficult decisions ahead, but these programs and these teachers are important for all of these children. Cutting them would hurt kids. What we have built in Old Bridge is amazing, and we need to move forward and not backwards. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Ryan Sobin, proud OBA member. I think there's a couple of us here tonight. Tonight I want to take a moment to recognize a group of educators who often fly under the radar, but whose contributions are invaluable to our school district, our non-tenured teachers, who would be greatly affected if you choose to make the cuts that are on the docket. Tenure is a crucial aspect of protecting experienced educators, but it shouldn't overshadow the dedication and talent of those still on the path. Non-tenured teachers bring a unique blend of fresh perspectives, innovative ideas, and boundless energy to our classrooms. They're often at the forefront of new initiatives. They embrace the latest teaching methods, technological advancements, and curriculum changes, readily adapting their classrooms to best serve our students. Their enthusiasm is contagious, inspiring both students and tenured colleagues to explore new avenues of learning. They're often willing to take on extra challenges, whether it's leading extracurricular activities, coaching sports teams, or mentoring struggling students. Non-tenured teachers go above and beyond their job descriptions. Their commitment extends far beyond the classroom walls, enriching the overall student experience. While the path to tenure can be rigorous, the contributions of non-tenured teachers are undeniable. They are the backbone of our ever-evolving educational system, keeping it fresh, dynamic, and responsive to the changing needs of our students. To our non-tenured teachers, a heartfelt thank you. This time is more than a stepping stone for you. You are vital architects in building a strong foundation for future generations. And a final thought, board members, I was a board member myself for about 10 years in the district that I live in, and I can tell you from experience, not one person came to me a year after saving them some money and said, "Thank you for that $100 you saved me last year. It really helped." But as you can see, month after month at our board meetings, there's constant recognition of students and staff that remind us where your tax dollars are going. While I was on the board, I don't want to cry, I'm going to try not to, but we put together a comprehensive preschool for ages 3 and up, and my son, at 2 years old, was diagnosed with a communication impairment and had a speech IEP, and I was scared to death. As a special education teacher, I knew it might be a long journey, and putting together that preschool program, he benefited from it about 5 years after we put it into place, and I was off the board, but it paid back in droves, and last month we had an IEP meeting, and he no longer has a communication impairment. So I urge you to carefully consider your options and make a choice that benefits Old Bridge for the long term instead of the short-sightedness that we are used to. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Chris Lenegro. I've been a teacher at Sandburg for 26 years. Board of Ed members have a fiduciary duty to the people of Old Bridge to ensure that their taxpayers get the best product for their tax dollars. The value of a home in a township is largely determined by the quality of the schools. There's a direct correlation between the marketability of a home and services that a district provides, such as full-day kindergarten, class size, honors and AP classes, sports, arts, and transportation. There is a difference between price and cost. The price that taxpayers in Old Bridge would incur to ensure that their schools remain amongst the best in the state will range from $100 to $300, as we're hearing, depending on the value of your home. The cost of not paying that price is far greater. If the board votes against the full levy of 9.9%, our district will not be saving money. It will be costing us all more, both the school district and the individual taxpayers of the town. How much does it cost to send a child to a private full-day kindergarten, half-day daycare, private school? How will students be transported? Uber? Parents not being able to work and having to stay home? What about sports, performing arts, extra academic assistance? Can anyone honestly say that any of these services currently provided by the Old Bridge schools could possibly be obtained for the price that this one-time tax increase would be able to secure? Of course not. What would happen to the values of the homes if these services are lost? As societal changes take place and schools take on more roles, whether we agree with them or not, they are a reality that school districts must address, and failing to pay the price now will cost more later. Furthermore, as Mr. Cittadino has explained very clearly in prior meetings, trying to save money by cutting staff programs and services will actually cost us even more money. The state funding formula, while still a bit of a mystery in many ways, is very clear in some. The state, whose money we desperately need right now, has determined that a district whose student population, home values, and per capita income are that of Old Bridge is responsible to pay X amount of dollars for their fair and efficient education of its students. And when that district raises X amount of dollars, the state will then pay Y dollars to complete the formula to provide that level of education. If we try to cut our staff, raise student-teacher ratio, class sizes, eliminate programs and services, or close schools, we violate that equation, and the state will then reduce our aid further. If we do the right thing, absorb the necessary increase we need to pay, the state will refund a large portion of the funds they are withholding. It would be fiscally irresponsible and would violate the fiduciary duty Board of Ed members have to the people who elected them to lose money for the district. But we are in a very unfortunate situation. We're not damned if we do. We are surely damned if we do not. If we do not accept this $17 to $30 month one-time increase for the price of maintaining the great education that Old Bridge is currently providing, every single taxpayer in this town, as well as the children of our district, will permanently be paying the profound and damaging cost for not doing the right thing. I know some of you are educators yourselves. Some of you have children or grandchildren in our district. Don't you want the best education for them? Don't you think every parent wants that too? Don't you feel obligated to ensure that they do have that chance? Last night in this very room, we saw the end result of students earning a great education in Old Bridge. Students were awarded over $200,000 in scholarships and awards. One was accepted to West Point, and 2 others were honored for their amazing lifelong contributions to both the Air Force and NASA. Would these all be possible if we imposed the draconian cuts that failing to pass this levy will cause? There's only one honest answer to that. I'm asking that each Board of Ed member think about that. The price of an increase versus the cost of not approving it. And I plead with you to make the right decision. Fully funding the Old Bridge schools is the only financially responsible and practical decision to make. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Board President, Board members, and Senior Administration. My name is Margie Quisenberry. I am a first-year teacher in Old Bridge, but as you can probably tell, not a first-year teacher overall. I spent 17 years working in Rahway Public Schools, and I made the decision this year to move to Old Bridge because of its RTI program. In 2018, I received my certification for Orton-Gillingham so I can teach students with dyslexia and other reading disorders. I began tutoring privately and looked for an opportunity to be able to use that skill and experience to help students learn to read. We all know the statistics about students who don't know how to read by 3rd grade. They are, let me just refer to my notes here. It's very predictive that if they can read in 3rd grade, whether or not they can read in 8th grade and vice versa. If they can't read by 3rd grade, they're 4 times more likely to drop out before they graduate high school, and they are 20 times more likely to become incarcerated as an adult. RTI not only prevents this, but it also reduces our reliance on special education. We can avoid classifying students and the enormous costs that come with that by intervening early and effectively. And that's why I came here. I know how expensive education is. I don't live in Old Bridge, but I do live in a town that taxes me more than I would like. But as an educator and as a parent, I recognize the importance of that. We know what's gone on in education. I think back to the dark ages when I graduated from high school in 1980, to when my son entered kindergarten in 2000, when I became a teacher in 2006 as a second career, and where we are today in 2004. There have been so many significant changes to education that have largely been positive. For instance, IDEA. In 1975, before this was enacted, 1 in 5 special education students or students with disabilities were educated in public schools. Today, 4 out of 5 are not only in public schools, but they are in general education classrooms 80% or greater of the day. We also have a fiduciary responsibility to educate students with disabilities from ages 3 to 21. Those are costs that have been either underfunded or not funded as mandates from the state and the nation still continue to be on our plates. Other things like the Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights, which is critical, also comes as either unfunded or underfunded. So the onus is on us as taxpayers to make up the difference. Think about security. As scary and sad as it is, after Columbine, Sandy Hook, Uvalde, I can't tell you the sense of security I had coming to Old Bridge and seeing a uniformed police officer in front of every single building. I can only imagine what that costs, but the peace of mind it gives the staff and the students is immeasurable. Also, our students have changed. New Jersey is one of the most diverse states in the nation. I think it ranks number 7. 1 out of 5 families speak a different language other than English at home. That brings a tremendous amount of cultural differences that we as educators need to be able to address, manage, and embrace. We know there's a decrease in stay-at-home parents, a decrease in 2-parent households, an increase in chronic absenteeism that has skyrocketed since COVID. Mental health issues for children are on the rise due to social media and due to COVID. Since COVID, the mental health issues in young have gone from 5% to 16%. Exacerbating that is the dramatic shortage of mental health professionals who treat pediatrics. When I talk to my student teachers, I often give the analogy of a coffee cup. I say, when a student comes into us, it's like having a cup, an empty cup with a lid, and you're pouring coffee, and a little bit's going to get through that little tiny hole that you sip out of, but not too much. Most of it's going to spill. And when our students come into us hungry, scared, tired, worried, they have that lid on. We need to remove that lid through our social emotional learning programs and our counseling to allow the educators to truly reach these children. And yes, that does cost money. I do want to say that I am so proud to have been at Old Bridge this year. Old Bridge respects and invests in its educators. It implements programs with fidelity and accountability, and it puts students at the center of all its decisions. So while Middlesex County's ratio of assessment to home values is at 49%, Old Bridge is at 35%. I think we have an obligation to our students to at least come up close to that. And lastly, I just want to say, well, I hope I can return in September. If I don't, I remain forever grateful to Kathy Gramada, Dr. Calandria, Dr. Hoker for bringing me on. This experience has been incredible, and I'll leave a better educator. Thank you.
Jessica Hammett, Vice President of the OBEA. For the past 3 years, the OBEA has sent a survey to all candidates running for the Board of Education. Most of the members sitting on the board have completed that survey. In those responses, you shared your thoughts on the budget. I want to take this opportunity to just reshare those responses. Mrs. D'Antono, you said, as someone who works in a trade profession, I worry about losing vocational classes. Not every profession is a college path. By being one of the districts that has a diverse amount of vocational classes in our schools, we keep a section of our population who would like elsewhere for their education. By giving our students those learning opportunities at the middle and high school levels, launches our students off to make a great future for themselves. Mrs. Francisco said, finances are always an area of concern for many districts, and ours is not exempt from this hardship. Our district has lost millions of dollars from the state over the last few years. If elected, I hope to pay very close attention to where money is being spent and hopefully come up with creative ways to make what we do have go a long way. Mr. Giordano said, we have to focus on real educational expenses instead of capital projects that have the ability to be postponed or rejected outright. And high school students need to be more prepared for the workforce and/or college. Mrs. Jodry said, school funding is a critical issue facing OBTPS. Over the past few years, our schools have lost millions of dollars in state funding and are still faced with the challenges of providing educational excellence for our students. This requires strategic planning and incorporating ideas from all stakeholders, including educators, families, the Board of Education, and the community in order to maintain the high-quality education that Old Bridge high schools have always provided. Mr. Marquetta said, I am not looking to reinvent the wheel, but rather give a voice to the people who pay for the school and the teachers who are inside the building. Mrs. Mazzone said, I am seeing politics starting to affect our system. I've been seeing more decisions being made that do not put the best interests of our children first. We need to focus on the budget to ensure all schools are receiving the amount needed to grow efficiently and effectively. And added, I'm not afraid to make decisions that I feel are best. As a mom, my children come first, and as a board member who will be inheriting 8,000 plus children. That will not change. The quality of education we provide will always come first in my decision making. I am not afraid to stand up for what is right. Finally, Mr. Slade said, his commitment as a BOE member is working efficiently with our board, with our budget, without cutting student programs while maintaining full transparency. 7 of you have shared similar sentiments, putting our students first and ensuring the financial stability of our schools. So now we call on you to do that. Put children first. Put our district in a better financial situation for next year and years beyond.
Hi. Hi, Michelle George. Sorry, I have to take these off. I am a proud Old Bridge graduate, class of 91, and I've been teaching here in Old Bridge for 23 years. 21 of those years I taught at McDivitt School, teaching elementary education, grades 1 through 4. And for the last 2, I've been teaching culinary arts here at the high school. Back when I was in high school, we had a wonderful CTE program in which I took 3 years of culinary, which was my favorite class. Our programs were strong in both Madison Central and Cedar Ridge. And Mr. Sulikowski, I believe you taught automotive at Cedar Ridge, correct?
Yes, I have.
Yep. Okay, so the programs have been around for quite a long time. No offense or anything. I'm just.
So have
I. Our CTE programs provide students with the opportunity to explore different career paths while still in high school. Classes like architectural design, creative design, automotive, culinary arts, woodworking, etc. There's a ton of classes. Cultivate a hands-on environment where students can take the skills they learn and apply them to future careers. Remember, not all students are college-bound. I mean, I hear all the time, I love seeing these kids going to all these amazing colleges, but the students I teach, a lot of them are not college-bound. They are going into the workforce or trade schools. So like I said, some will go to trade schools, some will enlist in the military, some will enter the workforce. Our job as educators is to make sure our students are career and college ready before they graduate. These programs that we have here meet our New Jersey standards for career readiness, life literacies, and key skills. And those are on the New Jersey Department of Education website. Teamwork, problem skills, math and science skills, fine motor development, and following directions are only a few of the skills students will learn and refine as they take our classes. Soft skills such as time management, communication, and organization are skills they will gain as well. Okay, so the technical stuff is out of the way. I've been here in the high school for about 2 years and absolutely love our CTE programs, especially the class I'm teaching, culinary arts. I know some people might say, well, the kids can learn cooking at home, and I can tell you a lot of them do not. They have very busy schedules, parents have busy schedules. Many of my students have never set foot in a kitchen except to eat or cooked at all. Some didn't even know they had to boil water first when they were making pasta. And I feel like the last 2 years I've taught my students life skills they will have for a lifetime. I get Teams messages from my students all the time, even on the weekends, with pictures of things they made at home from class, new things they cooked, asking for recipes that they didn't bring home. I've had so many students tell me that they can be themselves in my classroom. We worry about our students' mental health so much, yet the classes that give them the most enjoyment and success while providing life skills are being discussed for elimination. I can't speak for everyone in my department, although I'm sure they would share the same sentiment, but our students love these classes and are proud of their achievements. One of my students comes to me after his woodworking class and shows me the projects that he made. Another has shown me advertising logos she has designed in creative design. One of my culinary 2 students is taking automotive, and she came in all excited and full of oil because she learned to change oil and told me she wants to be an automotive tech when she graduates. My culinary students are so proud of the food they make. They share it with friends, other teachers, and our administrators. We've had so many students attend culinary schools such as Johnson & Wales. Some go into food science with the knowledge they have learned in our classes. These are the classes which foster creativity and teamwork. Our CTE classes prepare students for the future. We provide 21st century skills which have lasting value beyond the classroom. I know some members of the board have children in our school system, and I know some of them they're still in elementary or going into. I know that you would not want your children to miss out on these amazing opportunities our classes have to offer when they attend our high school. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Helen Thompson. I'm an Aberdeen resident and teacher at CSMS since 2007. I'm here to speak about the remarkable and voluntary feats done by the CSMS teachers in danger of losing their jobs with the current budget cuts. These contributions contributed to Sandburg's status as a National School of Character in 2021 and continue to be used for the yearly application and retention of that status. This list I'm about to read is a long brag list, and it's a list done in addition to their regular jobs and deserves recognition. Among these teachers at CSMS and staff members at risk of losing their job, you will find one who runs the Chinese Culture Club, One who is the cognitive behavioral therapist and dialectical behavioral therapy member and school avoidance committee member. She just weeks ago coordinated and co-led Sandburg's first mental health and wellness fair for all the students. You will find a teacher who, by day, teaches one of the 2 autistic populations and has served as a co-advisor of Play Unified after school. You will find a teacher who spearheaded a school goal called Cougars Conquer Hunger and hosted many fundraising events last year that culminated in a Rise Against Hunger event where students packaged over 20,000 meals for a needy population in South America. You will find a teacher who is the other co-advisor of Play Unified and who just stood up here as Sandburg's Teacher of the Year for her work with the special education population. You will find a teacher who has co-coached the newly created esports team to the playoffs in both winter and spring, and a teacher who wrote from scratch and piloted the newly created social emotional learning program where work is done with the most at-risk students. You will find a teacher who stepped into pretty big shoes of another and took over the beloved Diversity Club, and another who led the girls' soccer team to an undefeated season while raising money for the National Breast Cancer Foundation. You will find a teacher who stays after school for ESSER tutoring, but also co-advises the National Junior Honor Society. Another who coaches 3 different sports but still finds time to come back to the high school and volunteer as senior class battle of the class advisor. You will find a teacher who has literally created a cafe for her ABA students, which is the other classroom made of children with autism, as a way for her students to become a larger part of the school and give meaning to the daily skills taught in her class. You will find a teacher who is in her first year here but started a STEM club, and another teacher who started a dance club while serving as the peer advisor. You will find a teacher who is working toward tenure for the 2nd time in this district, having left to start a family and take care of her cognitively challenged child. She is back serving the special needs population and even credited with helping a school-phobic child return to class. They may be new in their careers in Old Bridge and unfortunately untenured, but are clearly dedicated to and the lifeblood of our school community. And most of the work that I mentioned is done voluntarily. I would like to remind you of that. All of these contributions, which is the shortest list I could make, although it probably didn't seem that, for this 5-minute speech, represent 15 colleagues, representing the 27 in total at our school who are behind the success that makes our school a national school of character, but yet below the possible cut line that the potential budget implies. It is contradictory for our district to promote, attend, and congratulate the efforts of these teachers' programs which make this town look desirable and then cut the teachers. How will we be able to say that we still have the same character? Will we be able to apply for the National School of Character status next year? On what merit? Who is going to fill all of these volunteer character-building roles? And how will the absence of these great programs affect school morale and atmosphere? What will be the effects? How will it extend to the value of what it means to be an Old Bridge resident and our homes? I am sure prospective new residents find a town with 3 elementary schools and 1 middle school that have that status currently very attractive to live in. In closing, I want to remind you that besides the teachers getting cut, so are the special needs programs, the relationship building clubs, the character committees and activities that they run. I urge you to exhaust every avenue available to retain these invaluable members of our district. I urge you to leverage the provisions of the new bill to the fullest extent, seeking this one-time maximum levy that would have the ability to preserve as much as of the character that we can by safeguarding those who embody it wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Robin Golembeski. They call me Miss G. I also am a product of Cedar Ridge High School here. I have been a cosmetology educator in Old Bridge High School for almost 24 years. I graduated from this program in 1979 with a state license, and my career took off. Our program has continued to grow, going from 3 levels to 4 levels in the last 2 years. As a direct result of this program, students graduate with a state license and a career, fully prepared to enter the workforce. It would be an incredible disadvantage to our students, both those who are interested in the program and their future, and moreover, students who have already obtained state hours and who, if the program is terminated, will not be able to continue their journey through Old Bridge High School. I am asking the board today to prioritize the vocational and elective programs, which is my department, in the best interest of our children. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alicia Rizvi. I'm a proud ELA teacher at Shiraz since 2012, and both my husband and I attended Old Bridge schools from kindergarten until we graduated high school. We have 2 children, and we have an incredible nephew at John Glenn Preschool. First and foremost, I absolutely love this community growing up. Since returning as a teacher, I'm so proud to see our educators continue to do even better and even more as the needs of our students and families continue to change. As the district considers our budget, I beg you not to cut any of the teachers that are here with us today, especially the non-tenure staff, beginning with my 3rd grade colleague, Allison Stankowski. She's the definition of a driven, hardworking, passionate, and creative educator who makes room in her heart for every student. Not only does she set high expectations for herself and for her students, but she helps them see the magic in learning and growing. Very much like the great mom that she is, she holds every student's hand and lovingly guides them step by step to meet their goals. She builds such strong relationships with her students that every day her former and current students run up to her wanting to check in with her. They adore her. We are yin and yang, and together we make our students thrive in 3rd grade year after year. She is just one example of the many of how the amount of money this district spends on programs and such doesn't matter unless you have the right people in the class executing and personalizing the plans for every family. The same can be said for our ABA teachers, Natalie Galetta, Molly M. Piagari, Jamie Anasio, our speech teacher, Morgan Sciarillo, our instrumental music teacher, Kyle Jackier, and our case manager, Laura Magnus. It's easy to see the love, hard work, and patience they have when they're with our students, and how they beautifully collaborate with staff. Not only do these staff members make sure our students learn the curriculum, help our students become critical, analytical, and creative thinkers, teach them responsibility, kindness, respect, and teamwork to help them grow from their mistakes. But these are the faces that the students will remember being with them every day. These are the people that make the most direct impact on these kids. These are the people who shine the light and lead the way for the kids, who help them problem solve after a fight at recess, who help them deal with feelings of anxiety that they have from something that happened prior to coming to school. And it's these people who are their greatest cheerleaders, even when they doubt themselves. At a time when teacher turnover rate is an all-time high, less people are applying for teaching jobs thanks to ugly politics, and less college students are enrolling in teaching programs, I cannot stress to you enough the importance of retaining these staff members. Both our tenure and non-tenure staff have the heart and soul of a teacher. You either have it in you or you don't. It cannot be taught, it cannot be forced, and it cannot be bought. I wouldn't be here today unless I truly saw that in each of them. So many parts of education have been stressful due to irresponsible and untruthful politicians who have no plans of stopping their unwarranted attacks on public schools for the sake of their own careers. We need not just grade teachers, but we need a staff who's willing to weather the many storms ahead of us. I have a daughter and a son, and I would happily trust this teacher with them in a heartbeat. I'm telling you, these teachers, they are diamonds. We need to keep them. Some of you ran a campaign, the promise to put the kids first, and I agree with you. This is your time. Invest in your staff first and foremost, and that's how you'll see the best results for our students, families, and community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robin Wolf, and I've been teaching in Old Bridge for the last 19 years. In addition to being an educator, I also am a volunteer on the OBEF and was so happy to see the grants that were given out this evening. In addition, I served on a Board of Education in a neighboring town for 7 years and know that difficult decisions have to be made. I served on my board to assure that the students received the best educational experiences possible, as well as making decisions that are the best for the community as a whole, while maintaining property values was a very important part to many of our decisions. I grew up in Old Bridge. I'm a product of Shira, Salk, and Madison Central, and I had a family who was very involved in this town for many years. In fact, my father served on the Board of Education in Old Bridge, and he was president for many years, and they always had difficult decisions to be made. But the students always came first. Old Bridge means a lot to me. It saddens me to see what is happening in this district. The thought of losing programs, sports, and so many amazing educators is awful. I currently teach at Sandburg, and the amazing things that many of the teachers that Helen Thompson just mentioned have received RIF letters do is mind-boggling. One of the teachers that received this letter was honored tonight as Sandburg's Teacher of the Year for the 23-24 school year. Can't imagine her not being there next year. Our teachers go above and beyond for the Sandburg community. It would be such a tragedy to lose so many incredible educators. I wanted to speak tonight to implore you to do the right thing for the Old Bridge community. You have an opportunity to keep this district whole. You have a unique option to go above the 2% tax levy cap. If you make the difficult decision to raise taxes to the maximum amount of 9.9%, programs, staffing, and so much more will be saved. The decision now lands in your hands, and I beg of you to do the right thing. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Carolyn Henderson, and I'm a fifth grade teacher at Memorial. I've been at Memorial for 22 years. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the 9 non-tenured teachers in 2 paras at Memorial who have been told that their employment for the coming school year is uncertain. They are not just educators, but also mentors who shape their young minds. Teachers at this stage lay the foundation for lifelong learning and critical thinking skills. I want to focus on the incredible contributions these teachers have on our students, schools, and community. In the classroom, they put the academic, social, and emotional well-being of their students first. They have developed fun and engaging activities, lessons, and strategies to promote learning in a safe and comfortable environment. Outside the classroom, their impact is felt across the entire school community. In volunteering their time, they have chaired, co-chaired, and participated in many of the school-wide committees, such as Character Education, Inclusive School Week, Read Across America, Autism Awareness, Earth Day, and Promising Practice are just a few of the school-wide programs that these teachers have planned, promoted, and helped implement. The K-Kids, Play Unify, and Intramurals clubs have all been a success at Memorial because of these 9 teachers, again, volunteering their time to ensure the students have a well-rounded school experience. Additionally to these volunteered positions, they have worked for the district by providing support in other areas, rewriting curriculum, tutoring students in the high-impact tutoring program, teaching in the Title I before school and summer programs are just a few of the additional district positions held by these 9 teachers. At Memorial, we have prided ourselves by creating a cohesive staff who collaborate to promote the best educational experience for our students. In doing so, we have created a school community that functions like a family. These 9 teachers and 2 paras represent 23% of the teaching staff of our family. 23%. I could not imagine Memorial without them. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Megan Valenzola, and I'm a rising senior of the class of 2025 at Old Bridge High School. Thank you. As the end of the year approaches, I'm surely looking forward to my senior year. I'm a freshly accepted peer leader in multiple AP classes, extracurriculars, honor societies, and other organizations. And I'm proud to say that my public school experience thus far has been extremely fulfilling because of all the programs that Old Bridge has offered over the last 12 years. However, these opportunities do not happen if schools do not have proper funding, which includes the budget cuts. For kids like myself, loss of opportunities would be heartbreaking. I might never get to perform at my senior musical, have my senior night, or participate in the peer program that I've looked forward to since I was in Carpenter and Salk. Technically, I only need 2 classes to graduate. And all of my other course load that I scheduled for is on the chopping block because, on paper, they are not required. Along with many students, I use electives as outlets to escape from the stress of academics. So those gone will change the environment on campus completely. As you hear all this, remember that I am one case. I am only one student that will 100% be affected by these budget cuts. This does not account for the thousands of students between elementary, middle, and high school that will be affected as well. We all lost opportunities due to COVID, and now we might lose even more because of the lack of budget. This also does not account for the hundreds of staff members, teachers like the exceptional ones we saw tonight and 2 that I've had, plus nurses and support staff that will do anything to assist students. If the budget is not fixed accordingly, all of their jobs are in limbo, especially when teacher contracts are being negotiated this year. This is the same song that has been played for the last couple of weeks. Every point that I've made has been discussed before, a multitude of times. However, it is imperative that these points continue to be made. This will be my last year coming up, but I do not want a kindergartner starting their experience at Old Bridge to have less opportunity than I did. In this district, I was able to spread my wings and flourish, and every kid, no matter if their situation, not only needs, but deserves to have the tools necessary for them to soar as well. My mother always tells me that if I don't like something, to speak up and make a change. Well, although I understand that my voice is small, with the strong support that this tax increase has, I hope that my perspective can make a difference. As I approach my final year at Old Bridge and hope to have a job like Mr. Parton has,
Oh, boy.
I can only hope that the board could see that although annoying on paper, that the maximum tax increase must be passed for the betterment of all who live and will live in Old Bridge and go through their school system. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Mr. Parton, I'll just add that, if I remember correctly, Megan did a summer internship on the West Coast out by Berkeley for law last summer, so you may want to get her resume ready.
And she's going to Washington, D.C. this summer for another conference. So, my name is Kristen Valenzola. I'm a lifelong resident, a product of the Old Bridge school system, and the proud parent of the woman who spoke before me. She is a rising senior who will be graduating next year with the class of 2025. I'm not a teacher. I'm not an OBEA member. I'm just a taxpayer who's disappointed that the educational funding formula is skewed against our town. And as a taxpayer, I'm not happy that we have to take the tax increase route. However, the state has left us with no other choice than to raise our taxes. We cannot allow our seniors who are trying to build their resumes and get into schools of their choices lose programs. I would hate to see kids who are taking vocational classes miss out on opportunities to continue learning in their specialized fields. We cannot take a step back and return to half-day kindergarten. For many years, younger families refrained from moving to our town because we didn't have a full-day kindergarten program. And they thought our taxes were high for a town that didn't offer it. Our property values have risen for many reasons, but full-day kindergarten was definitely a contributing factor. A popular alternative that you hear To avoid tax increases is to cut programs like the arts that don't have a high rate of participation or as many scholarship opportunities as maybe a sports program has. We need to keep the programs for all of our children, whether it be grammar, middle school, high school, special needs, high achievers, sports, arts, vocational. Every child in their education is important. We need to keep the programs for our children. Another alternative to raising taxes that you hear about often is to remove non-tenured teachers, support staff, nurses, admin. I'm not in favor of cutting teachers, nurses, or support staff either. Kids cannot be forced at the high school level, or any level for that matter, to only take the classes that are mandatory to graduate. Some of these kids get through the academics because of the extracurricular activities. It gives them an incentive to do well in their classes since they need to keep their grades up to participate. Additionally, it creates an essential balance between academics and interest, helping create a well-rounded individual who works hard in all areas of life. Next year will be my child's last year. One and done. I'm fortunate. I am very fortunate, and I feel like I'm one of the lucky ones whose child has flourished in the Old Bridge school system. I would hate to see her miss out on opportunities her senior year, and I would hate that for any graduating class or any child for that matter. I know every child has not necessarily had the same experience as my daughter. The experience is what you make of it. And as I've always said to her, if you're not happy with something, do something about it. Whether it be change in attitude, taking a leadership role. It's now my turn to practice what I preach. If keeping the district out of financial ruin and losing all the wonderful programs that we have built over the years, I'll take the tax increase. I may have to cut some extras out of my budget, but that's okay. I feel the tax increase, I will feel that tax increase for years to come, even after my child leaves the district. But you see, this is not just about my child. It's about every child for years to come. I want to see this school district thrive and keep improving. I am Old Bridge proud.
Good evening. My name is Janice Liddy. I have taught in Old Bridge for the last 14 years and 18 years total as a music educator. I currently teach at both Grissom and Voorhees elementary schools and was a proud recipient of one of the Old Bridge Education Foundation grants that was awarded tonight. As a traveling teacher, I have the privilege of being part of 2 school communities, but I have also felt the incredible sting at the beginning of these S2 cuts when my home school of 9 years was closed to the students and staff of Old Bridge. I'm here this evening to speak about a few topics, but first as a representative of the non-tenured faculty of Voorhees who are waiting in limbo to see if they have a job come September. We currently have 9 non-tenured faculty members, which is very substantial. Out of those, we have 4 general education teachers, 1 related arts teacher who travels between buildings, and 4 teachers who fall under the special education umbrella in various positions, all of whom volunteer their time in various ways for our school community, from going to PTA-sponsored activities to joining the new and novice teacher training and collaboration meetings that our principal started doing this year to support the large number of non-tenured staff in our building, even though several of them are veteran teachers but are new to this district. While there is not enough time to speak about each one of them individually, here are some of the attributes that they have added to our faculty. We have teachers who have joined our Code Purple and Green teams who help students in heightened situations be de-escalated safely. We have several Old Bridge graduates who return to Old Bridge to teach after teaching in other districts for many years with 9 and 10 years of teaching experience. We have some who are Old Bridge residents who have children in the school systems currently, and some who just moved their new young families back to Old Bridge knowing the strength of the school system. These potential cuts will weaken the strength of our school district and hurt our students. All of our non-tenured staff have helped to support the growth and learning of their students and our school community as a whole, and the loss of them would be felt greatly. Secondly, I would like to speak to you as a related arts teacher. I could stand here and list stats on how music improves test scores, etc., but instead I will share my own story and the profound impact that music has had in my life. Music departments are their own special communities. I was a child who loved to sing for as long as I remember. I was lucky enough to grow up in a family that fostered that love. As a child of an engineer who played guitar and sang in church choirs. In fact, just this past weekend, I sang with my father and sister in a community chorus we are all a part of that just celebrated its 75th anniversary. We are part of the whole of over 100 voices. Some may work in music, but most do not. For example, I was surrounded by an engineer on one side, someone in banking on the other, and a nurse behind me. All have music in their lives as a love and form of expression that was sparked somewhere in their school age years. In elementary school, I had my general music classes and was able to begin band in 4th grade, where I picked to play clarinet. I got to middle school, where band and chorus were classes in Madawan. I am sure I was supposed to only be able to do band or chorus, but somehow my middle school directors worked it out so I could be in both classes and not have to pick one of my passions. As high school approached, I learned that my family would be moving to Virginia. Of course, I was nervous, as it meant entering a brand new high school where I knew not a single soul. But I had to move earlier than anticipated to attend the last 2 weeks of marching band camp. Those first 2 weeks before school began is where I made the first of my lifelong friends, many of whom I'm still in regular contact with, even though we live states away. As a kid who had just moved states away, it was a relief to walk into an unfamiliar building, but yet see familiar faces from freshmen to upperclassmen that first day of classes. The music wing of my high school became my second home, and I know it is here. I get to teach over 600 students a week, many of whom I still attend concerts for in middle school and high school. Nesty was one of my students at Cheesequake, and I was so thrilled to walk in that first day and see her. Music gives people a home. It is a trusted place. One of my administrators frequently mentions that how difficult it can be for students to have a place where they feel vulnerable, but I make my classroom comfortable, and so many of our music teachers do as well. The arts are a place where many students can thrive regardless of talent. They learn that through hard work, practice, and dedication, goals can be achieved, and that by working together in an ensemble, that each part is just as important as another. And it comes together only when everyone works together. While you can put a price on learning a musical instrument, you cannot put a price on the lifelong benefits and joy that it brings. Music education isn't an expense, it is an investment. Please think of the impact on any cuts our program will have on the children of Old Bridge.
Good evening. My name is Peter Hine. I'm a Old Bridge resident for over 50 years and a real estate professional in the area. And as somebody that communicates with young families typically that are planning their next chapter in life, the question I get over and over and over again is, how are the schools? I get it all the time. And I've only raised my kids in Old Bridge, so I can only give an honest assessment of my experience with my 5 kids that went through the Old Bridge schools. If somebody asks me about East Brunswick, I will send them to a website so they could do their own due diligence. I can't give them any guidance on that, but I proudly give great kudos to the individual experiences that all of my kids had going through the Old Bridge schools, and I also am a product of the Old Bridge school system, Madison Central, 1982. Thank you. So we're at a crossroads in Old Bridge. Many of our neighboring towns are feeling the same effects that we are, and our former mayor, current state senator Owen Henry, calls a broken funding formula. And I'm grateful that so many people in the community here that feel the same way, that we have that going on, and we would like to have additional relief from Trenton, but sadly it's not likely to be enough. The numbers I'm going to share now, I kind of thought about this. There are often clusters of towns that when I'm working with buyers, they're interested in certain towns. I'm Marlboro, Manalapan. I'm Old Bridge, East Brunswick, Woodbridge. I'm whatever. So I picked Old Bridge, East Brunswick, and Woodbridge to take a look at. So I'm just going to give you a little overview of what happened in 2023 in Old Bridge Township. The median selling price on a single-family home in Old Bridge last year was $551,000. Pre-pandemic, it was $330,000. Okay, go back to February 2020. That was our median selling price in Old Bridge. So last year in Old Bridge, there were 450 homes sold, 250 above, 250 below that 551. And today I did take a look back at the last 6 months at homes between 540 and 560, because that puts us in that median range, to kind of see what's going on in the Old Bridge cluster of towns of East Brunswick and Woodbridge. And this is what I found. This all came out of Central Jersey MLS, and I didn't cherry pick. This is every home sold in these towns. The average selling price on the homes in Old Bridge for the last 6 months was within 540 and 560 was 550,200. East Brunswick was 553,333, and Woodbridge Township was 548,100. That's within 1% of each other. So right in that package, that's where we were. The assessment value in Old Bridge Township was 145,000. The assessed value in East Brunswick was 78,000, and in Woodbridge was 82,000. This is where it gets interesting. The average property taxes on those homes in Old Bridge that was sold was $7,585.20. East Brunswick was $9,118.33, and Woodbridge Township was $9,397.40. East Brunswick pays for homes of the same market value 20.2% in real estate taxes than Old Bridge does, and Woodbridge pays 23.9% more in taxes, homes of the same value, and yet our homes are assessed higher. Right? So to me, it seems like we don't just have a funding problem in Trenton. Maybe, just maybe, we have a tax formula issue in Old Bridge that needs to be addressed. And I've had 5 kids go through the school system. My youngest has 1 year left. For the future of the young families of Old Bridge Township, my man over there, right? We did a transaction. This is about those families and our amazing staff. And it's time to stop kicking the can down the road, look in the mirror, and look for additional funds from Trenton as well. Thank you.
Andrew Borriello, 29 Mistletoe Drive, Old Bridge. And the 23-24 Old Bridge High School Teacher of the Year. I am a tax-paying member of this community. My son goes to McDivitt. He plays football for the Rebels. He wrestles for the Old Bridge Mat Rats. He plays lacrosse for Old Bridge Youth Lacrosse, and he's a member of Cub Scout Troop 129. And I am worried about what the school district will look like if action is not taken to preserve what makes this district great. As a member of the community and a teacher who lives here in town, I am 100% dedicated to all of the children of Old Bridge. I care about these kids and what their future will look like. And as the high school woodshop teacher, I'm here to advocate for every kid who wants to grow up to be in the blue-collar trades. Part of what makes Old Bridge High School so special, besides that it's filled with awesome students, staff, and administrators, are the programs it has. These career and technical education programs give students a taste of different post-secondary career options. It gives them the opportunity to learn different skills and see if they may want to pursue a career in that field. For the past 3 decades, this country has created a system where going to a 4-year college was the only option, and the trades were treated like some type of consolation prize. Students were told to go to college. You'll get a good job, and that system worked in the 80s and the 90s. And they started to shut down the trades. They started to shut down the shop classes. But as time went on, they realized this was a huge mistake. Look at today's job market. Unemployment among college graduates is at an all-time high. And the graduates with jobs are not working in their field of study. All the while, skilled trades go unfilled. I feel like it's my role and the role of the entire industrial arts department from middle school to high school to tell them about other career opportunities. I want them to know that a blue-collar, skilled trades job can be something they make a great living doing and should be proud of. Not everyone is going to grow up to be a doctor or a lawyer. The world needs carpenters, electricians, plumbers, cosmetologists, auto mechanics. Our contribution to the Old Bridge community is telling that story and developing that passion from middle school through the high school and beyond. We talk about how what we're doing is related to the trades almost every day. The same way you measure and cut wood is the same way you measure and cut pipe, wire, everything. The same table saw you use in our shop is the same table saw they will use on the job site. And that's the same for all of our programs. The same tools and terminology we use are industry standard. I take my students to the Carpenters Training Facility in Edison, where they learn about the different pathways and their apprenticeship program. We have an articulation agreement with Pennsylvania Technical College, which is an affiliate of Penn State. Students can take Wood 3 here and receive college credit at Penn Tech, much like the AP students earn credit towards their future degrees. I also have trade schools come and talk about their programs that they have available. Our Level 4 class serves as a sense of pride, not only to the students, but the entire community. The class is a student-based enterprise where students learn entrepreneurship by designing, creating, and selling items directly to the community. All of that money raised by the students goes directly to senior scholarships. This year alone, we handed out 25 scholarships, many of those students entering the trades. But not only do these students do this, they also work on larger projects for the community. We've built 6 communication boards for the Special Education Parent Teachers Association, which are displayed all over town. They created a large format frame for the Monmouth County Emergency Response Team, which commemorates their effort and sacrifices at Ground Zero following the attacks on 9/11. We also created a memorial bench, which is displayed on campus for a student who passed away in a tragic car accident. Wood 4 serves the entire community of Old Bridge. The community is proud of the program, but even more importantly, the students are proud to be a part of that program. And that's what education is all about, empowering students by providing the knowledge to do great things.
Thank you.
And if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And this is just the woodshop program. The same thing is happening all over the industrial arts and career and technical education classes. We open doors for students to see that there are other good options besides traditional four-year colleges, and we work hard every day to help them establish these connections and feel a sense of pride in the trade skills. Cutting these industrial arts programs would be a detriment to our students and our community. As a taxpayer, teacher, coach, and graduate of Old Bridge High School system, I'm asking the board to carefully consider what we have to lose if you don't do the right thing.
Good evening. My name is Gerard D'Ambrosio. I am a resident of Old Bridge Township. I am a father of 2 students who went through the Old Bridge school system. I am also a retired automotive instructor and career and technical education coordinator with the New York City Department of Education, and I'm here to talk a little bit about career and technical education. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I understand you have a terrible responsibility to adjust the budget. I wouldn't in any way know how to figure out how to do that. But what I want to talk about tonight is the importance of career and technical education. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, ladies and gentlemen in the room, how many of you ever took a class and stood there and said, when am I ever going to use this? When? What am I going to do with this? CTE provides that academic application. I know in Mr. Pasqua's class, he teaches physics. Students don't realize they're learning physics. Ms. G, Ms. Polahanki, they're teaching chemistry. Students don't even realize it, okay? Tonight, you've heard a lot of stories. You heard Mr. Borriello, you heard Ms. G, you heard Ms. George talk about the advantages of CTE. They are real. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, you talked about curriculum, and I understand how important curriculum is. Just realize that Ms. G, all the CTE teachers here, Mr. Pasqua, I am a member of Mr. Pasqua's advisory committee. We meet annually to talk about the curriculums. We meet with industry professionals to make sure that our curriculums are up to date. Any student in a career and technical education program has to work harder than a student who doesn't. They're not exempt from any requirement for graduation. They have to meet every requirement for graduation. Plus, they have to meet the requirement for their industry certification. I know, in cosmetology, those students have to put in a certain number of hours so they can take their state boards. They come out a licensed cosmetologist. I know tomorrow, Mr. Pasqua is giving his students the Automotive Service Excellence Exam, which is an industry certification for automotive technicians to have. Now, looking at it from an employer's point of view, when you go in for a job, they don't really care if you took an AP class. They want to know what certifications you have. They want to know what skills you have. I know Ms. G talked about soft skills and this and that. I know Mr. Borriello, you guys congratulated him tonight. And again, congratulations. You honored him. He created a program where his students create items and sell them. That's real world. They're learning entrepreneurial skills. They are learning time management, dealing with, they're doing accounting, figuring out what the cost of the project costs, what they need to sell it for. That's real world. And that's why CTE is so important. Mr. Borriello brought up the fact of not every kid goes to college. I don't like the fact when people turn around and say, oh, Johnny's not that smart, but he's good with his hands. Has anybody opened the hood on a car lately? Okay, I want you to know, just to give you an idea, cars today have 141 computers tied together and put out more information than you do at your home. So you need to have a skill, okay? Right now, we all talked about, Mr. Borriello talked about, people not going to college. We all know right now in the United States, there is a $1.7 trillion student loan debt. We have students that are graduating, going into industries, and getting paid with no debt. So please consider keeping the programs, okay? They do serve a purpose beyond what people think. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
I'm going to lower this. Can you hear me? Hi, everyone. My name is Marika Wicks. I'm a resident of Old Bridge for 45 years. I am a full product of the Old Bridge school system, including to note I went to Miller School, closed it down right away. Went to Glenn School, closed it down right away. Keep that in mind when you're voting on the budget, because they will do that when you start doing that stuff. It goes from one kid to another to finally we settled to Carpenter School. Everything after that was good. So I'm a mother of 3. I have one child who graduated OBHS a few years ago, another one that graduates this year, and another one in a few years. I'm here to be the voice of Old Bridge school system from past, present, to the future. We are currently in a situation that we all know is in dire straits to save our school budget due to state budget cuts. In the past, I'll bring it back to the 90s, we had 2 high schools, Madison Central and we had Cedar Ridge. Due to certain classes, you would have to go to the other high school, which wasn't your home base. So you spent half the day going back and forth between advanced honors classes, cosmetology, etc. The same came to sports and band practice. So you spent half your day traveling. We also didn't have a full range of special services offered during that time. So a lot of the kids who had special services were going to Shara, even though that wasn't your home base either. So we had part-time kindergarten, and I don't even remember a pre-K program whatsoever. Fast forward to the early 2000s. We now have a combined high school which now offers the best of both worlds, academically, sports, music, arts, trades, special services, teachers, etc. But yet, still part-time kindergarten and special services where they actually had floating teachers for special services. including para aides, where if your child needed a daily service, no, you had a teacher that you had to wait till they got to your school during that week. So your kids did get a little bit behind from there. Now, fast forward to around 2014, we finally get a full-time kindergarten in Old Bridge. I end up missing this out on the opportunity with my two older kids because they implemented after my kids went to first grade. I actually had to put them in private school, and I'm not sure if a lot of people are aware in private schools, they do not offer support services. So when my oldest started first grade at Carpenter School, which I had a feeling he had ADHD, he also had a stutter. Carpenter School, between the teachers, the paras, behavior, speech pathologists, knocked out his stutter in 6 months. He is 23 now, not a single trace of a stutter. What happened? Hold on, sorry. However, we are now on to the present, where we have special services at every school, no floating teachers. We got full-time kindergarten, a full range of curriculum that matches each and every child, even a transition program, a full range of sports, different levels of academics, and even trade skills, and a pre-K program from what I understand. We have come so far, we don't need to go backwards. Believe me, I've been through it. I hear and see often on social media, or I just hear plain conversation of other adults who complain that kids need to learn trades, independent skills, banking, taxes, account, all this other stuff. And I get confused because we have that in Old Bridge. So unlike other towns around us, they don't offer those options. So we have the wood shop, the cosmetology, the auto classes, advanced honors, college prep, RTI, special services, even English as a second language, was back when my kids were young. They would go to carpenter school for English as a second language, even though they didn't live gridded in that area. So you had to travel. You didn't get to know your kids in your neighborhood because you were at a different school. We also have the music, the arts. We got sewing, which is AKA clothing design. I want to say special retirement blessing to Ms. Blovolt, who actually, she taught my senior how to sew from scratch, including she made a gown, and it was held up in the library on a display case. I now have a $500 sewing machine at home. Thank you. All right, we also have finance and consumer classes, which a lot of parents aren't aware when they complain about kids not knowing about accounting and taxing. It actually teaches kids how to do checking and savings account, budgeting, etc. We don't want to lose these options with these teachers. Yes, many are upset about hearing about the raising of the taxes. It's a one-time tax levy, which of course, as everybody says, comes up to 9.9% and average 2 cups of coffee a month. An avid coffee drinker drinks coffee every day. So out of 30 coffees, you miss 2 of them. So as mentioned, I want you guys to keep this in mind when you start looking at the tax increase. And that parents along myself, many, many others, have no issue with going to the 9.9%. Because at the end of the day, it's not that you remember that you didn't raise the taxes, it's that you remember that you didn't save our schools. So when you went out for your election, it was to keep our schools intact, not tear it apart. Thank you.
You might remember me. I'm Scott Mazzella, SALC teacher and public relations coordinator. Before I start, thank you. Yesterday I left the senior awards and I'm driving along and got the music playing and I'm at a light and a guy's yelling at me, "Old Bridge, Old Bridge." I look over, it's a red Subaru, it's Joe Mara. I'm like, "Hey, Joe, we miss you." He's like, "I miss you guys," and he wanted me to tell you that. And I assured him you're doing an amazing job. So we're in good hands. Thank you, board, for saving the bridge. I was a little worried there for a second. I know it seems like I'm just a picture guy, but, you know, I'm also the storyteller for the district. You know, I'm a fighter for the kids. You know, someone's got to tell the good news. And you guys make it easy because there's so much good news to tell. I want to keep that going. So switching to a more serious note, we stand before you at a crossroads. You, the board, have a decision to make that is by no means an easy one. Through no fault of your own, you've been put into the unenviable position of having to choose between the needs of the children of Old Bridge and the needs of the tax-paying public. I'm speaking to you today to urge you, the board, to do everything within your power and the power given to you legislatively to save our school district. The phrase "many hands make light work" continually pops into my mind when I think about the problem our district faces. On the one hand, you have the general public that does not want to see any increase in taxes. On the other, you have a school district backed into a corner, having to let go of many teachers, personnel, sports activities, trades, programs, and other things that have helped our schools climb out of the depths of the pandemic and back to the fully functional, high-achieving district we have been very proud of. The state has given our budget crisis a desperately needed solution. It has given you, the board, the opportunity to save the school district, but with the strong caveat that it will come at the cost of raising the tax levy. The decision you make seems impossible, but to me it's quite clear. The more hands that do the lifting, the easier saving the district will be. To raise the tax levy spreads the cost of the investment in our students across the entire Old Bridge community. It will mean some stretching of the wallets, but it is an investment well spent, our children's future, our community's future. And spread across a community, the cost will be minimal to the average household. I'm not saying it won't be felt, but it'll be more of a pat than a sting. On the other hand, if the Board of Education decides to not take full advantage of this opportunity, the financial costs will fall amongst a much smaller group of individuals, and that burden on them will be far, far greater. Teachers will lose jobs. Teachers will again, and I say again because we've been down this road a few times since I've been in this district, teachers will again have to subsidize the mistakes of Trenton and our local municipality as they are asked to sacrifice their pay for the sake of the budget again. We've been down this road before, and asking the employees of the district to shoulder this burden once again is asking too much, especially for those who might lose their job. Several years into the journey to tenure for some, losing their job even after tenure for others. The financial cost to them will not be a couple of pizzas a month. It won't be $100 a year. It won't be $1,000, but it'll be tens of thousands of dollars that they no longer will have to feed their own children, pay their car payment, pay their rent, pay their mortgage. For the town to ask that kind of sacrifice when there's a much better solution on hand right now is unconscionable. And again, I say many hands make light work. There's no need for so many good people, good teachers, to lose their jobs. There is not need for our students to sacrifice sports and programs they love or courses that help them to achieve. We want them to have the same opportunities high-achieving alumni like Major General Jenna Tempo or NASA engineer Christina Gonzalez had. Our students deserve, I swear to God, it's the podium, I'm telling you. I'm allergic to the podium. Our students deserve a path that allows them to grow and achieve and fulfill their potential. And I heard the buzzer, so I will say, look how many people came here to fight for this budget. I don't see anyone coming here like it's worth their time to save $300. No one. So, thank you. We need a new podium. All right.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Petal Robertson. I'm the Secretary Treasurer of the New Jersey Education Association, and I come to you today also as a 20-plus year resident of Old Bridge Township. And I'm speaking to you first as a taxpayer and someone that will absolutely be affected by a tax increase. And I understand that no one likes to hear the word tax increase, but I think we have to be farsighted here. When I think about just what I pay Wawa in gas, if you tell me that will keep educators in the classroom, keep class sizes small, and make sure that we're churning out informed, responsible, well-rounded students, I would pay that times 2. And I say that when we think about the cost savings, when we think about the lack of cost savings and the long-term effects, what we're essentially telling people is we could either raise your property taxes right now so that you have viable school district that people want to move into, or you can watch the value of your home plummet as people decide Old Bridge is no longer a place they want to live. And listen, I have to be honest and tell you, I say all of this to you without ever having raised a child to go through this system, but understanding the value of every single child that goes through this system. And what I am is an aunt to a wonderful 5-year-old that believes that he is going to be an amazing dancer. And he called me one day on FaceTime and he said, "Oh, Auntie Petal, I want you to watch me dance." And I'm holding the phone like this, and he proceeds to put his phone down like this. And I'm just looking at the ceiling for 26 minutes. I held that phone while he danced his heart out, and I see nothing but ceiling, and I keep saying, "Go, go, go, go." And when he comes back on, he says, "Was that good?" I said, "You were great." And he said, "Well, now you have to buy me dancing shoes." And I have to tell you, I bought him those dancing shoes. And I say that to you all now because it's about recognizing the greatness in spaces that you may never enter, but trusting the people who have the heart and the passion to tell you what it needs. So when these educators come to us and they tell us, "I need these dancing shoes so I'm not sitting here teaching larger classes in which I can no longer access the students that need me there with them." When they tell you, "I need these dancing shoes because we have to continue to offer not just our AP courses, our art courses, but our technical courses, because that's what made Old Bridge stand out above the rest." When they tell you that I need my dancing shoes so I can maintain my athletic programs and every single art program, because that's what made Old Bridge special. That's what made people choose Old Bridge over anywhere else, because we were the district that was recognized around the state. We're the district that's constantly in the NJA review. We are the district that lets me brag about where I live everywhere I go. We are the people who know what those dancing shoes look like. And you are the wonderful people that have the opportunity to be on FaceTime and say, "Go, go, go." Because I believe in your passion, I believe in your heart, and I will purchase those dancing shoes for you because I know of the potential of every single educator in this space. I know how you have touched the lives of every student that has come through here, and I can recognize that without ever having to step foot in your classroom. And when the government has given us a solution, when they have said to us, "This is the funding we will provide, and you simply have to charge $25 a month to be able to continue in your greatness," I promise you I would buy those dancing shoes every single year. And that's what we ask of you today. I know, trust me, I do a budget for an entire state. I know your task is not easy, but I also know that a budget is the best way for people to understand just what it is we value. And I also know from traveling around the state that when we take these things away, we never come back the same. So I promise you, without your dancing shoes, these cuts hurt kids buttons will be bigger next year when we talk about how cuts hurt morale, cuts hurt community, and cuts hurt our superintendent as he tries to schedule. Cuts hurt our entire Old Bridge Township. And soon, the talk of the town won't be the new ShopRite and Target. It will be the terribly underfunded schools that do not have enough teachers in every classroom. And that's not what I want for this town in which I have paid taxes for over two decades. And I'm certain that's not how all the applause took 2 seconds of my time. I'll just say real quickly, I am absolutely certain that that is not how any single one of you want to be remembered. So I urge you today and going forward to purchase the dancing shoes for your educators. Thank you.
Very well spoken.
My name is Damian Chiravallo. I am a junior here at Old Bridge High School, and I stand here both terrified and speechless. Literally, I don't have a speech. And in fact, I'm winging it. But think of it like that. I wing it every day in the programs I take. I don't know what I'm doing, and I started not knowing what I was doing either. But I'm learning every day, coming through, finding different problems that I wouldn't even known from the start. I mean, honest to God, I probably still couldn't tell the difference between a nut and a bolt if it had enough rust on it. But seeing myself thinking that I'm not prepared and no one to speak for others. I think I know who I am to speak for others. I mean, I'm a son and nephew to 4 alumni who passed through the school system, all taking the same machine shop program that I did. I'm a brother to my sister who is a freshman in the GNC, who's taking both the journalism, she's doing, I believe it's photography. I don't remember at this point. It's been so far in the year and I just take her to school straight in the mornings. But I'm a friend to some of the people in this room who also take this program with me, and I'm here to stand for them who play their sports, work on their cars with us together. It all works out, and I'm a classmate to many of the students who were sitting here and left, who all most likely would work just to pay that extra $30 for themselves, just so we can get into these programs and work for ourselves. I'm a student of the teachers. One sitting right over there, Mr. Pasqua, who will not come here to speak for himself because he has students who will come and speak for him. He has students who will come stand for what he wants because he deserves it. Because he is not only an automotive teacher, he sits there every day and he teaches us about different things. I mean, he has bees at home that he tells us about every day. He's taught us about mortgages, different car payments, because auto shop is not all about the parts, it's about life, because your car is your life. You drive every day. It takes you from point A to point B, but what is point A to point B when you can't get there? You need your life working in. And I stand here not only to speak for them, but to speak for you up there. Because if these programs disappear and we can't take these auto shop programs or the woodworking, cosmetology, any of the such, your hairdressers, your house builders, your car mechanics, you're going to lose them. Those prices are going to go up. And slowly over the years, you're going to be paying more and more. So these need to stay constant. If we don't have these, you don't have a future for us. We, the students, desire our own future. Because here I am to speak, if not on all behalves, on my own behalf. I intend to make a future for myself, starting here from OBHS. I stand as a student who knew nothing about automotive, who didn't even like cars at the start, but taking it sophomore year started to realize that maybe I do have a purpose at this school. And now I intend to go to the UNOH College in Ohio with my friend. And I intend to graduate there, make a life for myself, and have a wonderful family. Because it's great to have goals in life, but if we can't progress past what we don't have, we won't have goals at all. Because our only goals will be to get back what we can have, what we did have. So here as a district of character, you can't spell character without care. And I stand here to care for my fellow students, my teachers, who bring their cars into this auto shop every day and have to pay less than what they would at normal auto shops. And they can come in here and bring their cars and pay way less than half the price and not even have to leave their job. So they can sit here and provide for the future generations of America, possibly the world, because they deserve it. They need it. And if not just for Mr. P, I speak for the rest of the elective teachers. If not just for myself, I speak for the rest of the students. Here at Old Bridge, we make our start at life, and I've made mine. So I hope that you put the care in character and care for the rest of us. Care for the students who do intend to make their start in life here and go forward. Those who want to forge their own history with their own hands. Thank you.
I'd give him another 5 minutes. I could listen to him all day long.
Hi, I'm Madison Benner. I'm a resident and senior at Old Bridge High School. I would love to put a perspective out there that I feel like most people don't always see or hear. I haven't always lived in Old Bridge. I came from Union County, actually, and to see the difference coming into this school every day and just the elementary school system that was over there, the lack of education that I got there, like, here, like, shot me up to where I needed to be. there's no community like Old Bridge, really. Like, the support you get here is unlike anywhere else. There are countless families that I've recommended this school to because of all of the programs we have. The opportunities that this would take away from children like me who got a chance moving to somewhere like here, it's not going to go well. I think the subject is important. I think it's changing so many people's lives and what they can look like in the future. Personally, I'm in child development. I'm in year 3. I bought my college credits. I'm going to Kane University in the fall. Thank you. My passion is to become a teacher. When I look at these people, that is exactly what I want. I'm an intern for Mr. Cinecor and his class. I love it. There's nothing that I love more than grading a test from my kids or helping them, as weird as it sounds. I go to my job. I actually am in my work attire right now. I work with little ones, and seeing like that they can grow up to come to a school system like this with the opportunities that they have, like, I couldn't be happier. I want to pursue my career in any way, and I would hate to see any of the juniors, one of them being my little brother, who is a junior currently, about to go into his senior year. I would hate to see him not have the opportunities that I had, even though I'm a year ahead. He is such a bright soul. He wants to go, he wants to travel, he has all these opportunities right in front of him. And one of those is going into his senior year and being able to take culinary. I saw his culinary teacher talking up here. He doesn't stop talking about her at home. But like, to see that these programs have helped him in such a way where he has an outlet, where he's able to do things, where I'm able to do things, and we're able to see that future like go bigger. I couldn't ask for more from this school program. I see so many teachers out here today from Salk or from here who have helped guide me to be the person that I want to be. And I think we're forgetting that it isn't just about the education system. It's also about the connection that you get with a teacher on a day-to-day basis. When I see my kids, they run up to me. They're not looking for me to teach them their ABCs or anything like that. They come up to me because they want my affection, they want my attention, and when they're having like a bad day, they cry, but they come to me. And as much as maybe I'm not a baby, I go to my teachers for guidance. They're more than educators. They're mentors. They're my advocates. They're the people who strive you to be the best person that you can be every day you walk in here. Whether they're having a bad day, they're here for you. And right now, I'm just trying to be there for them. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Danielle Green. I stand here tonight as a taxpayer, veteran teacher, and union vice president in another district. And last but not least, a mother, eagerly anticipating her first daughter's entry into kindergarten, slowly on a downward spiral. First and foremost, I want to commend your dedication to serving our community and ensuring the best possible education for our children. However, I implore you to consider the long-term implications of any proposed program cuts, especially in light of their potential impact on the students' academic, social, emotional, and overall personal growth. As a veteran teacher for 17 years in a high-performing district, I've witnessed firsthand the power of a well-rounded educational program. These programs not only provide students with essential academic skills, but also foster creativity, critical thinking, and social-emotional development. Cutting such programs would undoubtedly deprive our children of valuable opportunities to thrive and succeed in school and beyond their school-aged years. Moreover, as a taxpayer, I understand the need for the fiscal responsibility. However, I firmly believe that investing in education is an investment in our community's future. By maintaining robust educational programs, we not only support our students' academic achievement, but also contribute to the overall prosperity and well-being of our Old Bridge community. Lastly, as a mother, I am deeply invested in ensuring that my child and all incoming kindergartners have access to the highest quality education possible. I want to see our district continue to provide a nurturing and enriching learning environment where every child has the opportunity to reach their full potential. In conclusion, I urge you to explore alternative solutions and prioritize the preservation of our educational programs. Our child's futures depend on it, and as stakeholders in this community, we have a collective responsibility to ensure they receive the education they deserve. Also, I'm sorry, one more thing. As I said, as a veteran teacher in another district, it was so nice seeing all the teachers here and the support, and congrats to all of those who were received honors tonight. Thank you.
Hello, Allison Tuckman. I'm a teacher here in Old Bridge for 18 years, and I serve as one of the 2 co-internal coordinators for Old Bridge High School's Middle States Accreditation. We were visited in March by a team of 4 volunteer educators who came and spent 4 full, complete days and nights with us, evaluating everything in our programs from top to bottom, and I know several of you met with them when they were here. Several of the people here met with them when they were here. On the last day that they were here, they serve an oral report to our faculty and to members of our district who came to hear it. I'm happy to say we were recommended for full reaccreditation from the Middle States Organization. I wanted to share some of the remarks that were given by Mr. Sam Battleman, who was the team chair on the last day that they were here. He said, "We asked your community to identify what they see as your school's primary strengths. The responses can be summarized by your mission statement, which speaks of safety, nurturing, and a place where all students can achieve the success necessary to become respectful members of a global society. We are impressed by the uniformity with which your students, parents, teachers, and staff speak about this school. Your students repeatedly told us that their teachers are the best. They share that you are willing to meet with them and offer one-to-one support and sound guidance when needed, before, during, and after school. They said your classes are engaging, that you are fair, that you care, and that you inspire them. They appreciate the clubs you advise, the extra efforts you provide students to excel beyond the classroom, and the support you provide on game nights, theater and musical performances, and all their hallway creations. We spoke with teachers and staff who told us they feel valued and are provided what is necessary to present excellent lessons, to offer an array of elective activities, and the trust to do their jobs with the support of administration." Sorry, he was very long-winded. I'm trying not to be. "Your building is immaculate, a tribute to the custodial staff's efforts. Your classrooms are dynamic, a tribute to teachers caring about their subjects and students. Your building is filled with morning greetings, lunches around every corner, and a compassionate staff who understand when students are 10 seconds late for their classes because of a backpack disaster, or a girlfriend who had to share something important. Your school store mirrors a professional market, with students learning the ins and outs of that will lead them to productive careers and satisfying lives." The last piece I would like to read. "The Expressive Arts program showcases some of the most talented students in the school, with classes and experiences that offer these creative, innovative, and inventive students to display their talents with cameras, computers, Adobe software, unique musical performances, paint, and canvases that make us stop and take a closer look, and wood crafts that start with pieces of wood, yet end up objects that are products of talent, patience, and precision." Our teachers here, I taught in New York City for a few years before I came to Old Bridge High School, and there has not been a day in the 18 years, 19 years that I am here that I don't love coming to work with the people I work with in this building. Our programs here are the heart of Old Bridge High School. They are the heart of what makes this place special. By the end of the 4 days with these visiting team members, 2 of whom came from Philadelphia, one of them was uprooting her entire family and moving to Old Bridge by the time she was done. I don't think she was kidding, actually. They were beyond blown away by everything we do here, and that's a tribute to a lot of the people who are in this room. So please consider that when making your decisions tomorrow. Thank you.
How's everybody doing? My name is Anthony Puccino. I am a junior here at Old Bridge High School, a fellow resident, just like I'm sure everyone else here. And I'm also a young apprentice at Precision Hair Studio on Route 9. I'm here to talk about cutting these programs can cause for myself and everyone else involved in this school. I am the only boy in the cosmetology program, and I'm one of many who have played or still do play many school sports. By cutting these classes and programs, you are affecting our students who aren't going to college and are taking these programs to gain their license so they can gain careers in this world. I speak for myself, and I'm sure lots of people here, when I say not every kid is college material. Some kids struggle in math, science, history, every regular class. Nobody's perfect in anything, let's be for real. But these programs are giving kids like myself a chance to express themselves in their passions of being an electrician, a barber, construction worker, mechanic, etc. Another thing, my generation gets talked about for having lack of common sense, but lack of common sense because nobody wants to put in the effort. No kid wants to go to school. It's exhausting. I wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm like, why am I doing this? But by getting rid of kindergarten, you're actually helping the fact of my generation becoming lazy and having that lack of common sense. Kindergarten is the time where we learn basic math, how to talk correctly in English. I definitely do have faith that you will keep these programs in our school for years to come. Go Knights.
There's like 5 people behind us. Son?
Good evening, Amanda Jenks, Justine Heredia. We're both elementary arts teachers, taxpayers, employees, OBH graduates, and parents of past and future students. We have 2 points to leave you here with tonight. Related arts is where inclusion flourishes, and no one here tonight at the podium was against the tax hike. Have a great night. Oh, sorry.
Hi, Justine Heredia. So I grew up in Old Bridge. I still currently live in Old Bridge. I went through Old Bridge High School, Old Bridge Public Schools. I have 2 children who will be going through Old Bridge Public Schools. My husband is a police officer in town. I have deep roots in this town. Old Bridge High School was where I found my purpose in life and my passion. I was in culinary arts. I was in portfolio art. And that experience has made me who I am today. I am an avid foodie. I am an art teacher, and I like to build things with my hands. I hope to one day even, own my own maybe upcycled furniture company. But like this town has given me my purpose. And when I tell my students, when I teach them, they always say, Mrs. Heredia, you're such a great art teacher. You're such a great artist. How did you learn how to do this? And I say, you know what? It's not about being a good artist. It's not about how well you can draw. It's not about how talented you are. It's about your passion, and it's about building self-confidence and just knowing who you are as a person. And the arts is a place where children have that outlet in order to find their purpose or their passion in life. And if we get rid of that, what are we supporting? We're not fully supporting them as human beings. For my 2 sons, I want them to have the same opportunities that I had growing up. I want them to be able to express themselves. I want them to be excited to go to school. And I want them to fulfill their dreams. And if we cut these programs, who's to say that my son Sean doesn't want to be an actor one day, or my son Adam doesn't want to be a mechanic? These are the programs that they're going to learn these trades, and if we get rid of them, we're not supporting them. And I would hate for my, for my sons to not have the opportunities that I had. And like I said, I live in town, I'm a taxpayer, and I will do anything for my kids. I don't care how much it costs. I will do anything for them. Thank you.
Can I just, Mr. Parton, can I just interrupt? Just, I want to politely request, if there's anyone else that is going to speak tonight, please just come and wait in the line, please, politely. I ask that as we get closer to the 11 o'clock hour. We just want to know how many left are to speak. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lily D'Antuna. I'm a freshman here at this high school, and I have a very long ways to go. I'm very well educated on what the cuts could be, thanks to my mom. Hi. And when I go and relay the information that I've learned from her to my peers, and that all their programs could be canceled, they say, that can't happen, and they can't do that. And it's unfortunate for me to have to say to them, but they can. Every single person I talk to, teachers, students, same grade or above, all believe that this can't be happening because all their programs are so great and so precious, and it elevates their education. I am currently set up to graduate high school with an associate's degree. I am in 2 AP classes, I play 2 sports, I am in orchestra, and I have done the Arts High program. I am well-rounded. But it's unfortunate for me to have to say, everything that I've built up to add to my resume could all be wiped out in 1 year. I don't want to have to say that or have any of my classmates and peers have this great resume of ROTC, orchestra, band, sports, all the trade classes, this great resume to be wiped under their feet in 1 year. So many of my friends have 1 year left in school, and everything they've built could be gone in 1 second. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bridget Lava. I am a mostly lifelong resident of Old Bridge. I've spent 35 of my 50 years here. I am a proud alumni of the school system, McDivitt, Sandburg, Cedar Ridge High School. Know a lot about what you do up there. My mother spent many years on the Board of Ed. So again, I just want to reiterate what so many people have said. I do have a little bit of a perspective into the choices that you have to face, and I do respect the choices of the members of the board who said, I'm going to abstain tonight until we know what the budget looks like. Unless you know what you're dealing with, you really can't say, let's do this or let's do that. All that being said, and I don't know if I'm speaking more to you or to the residents that are concerned with the tax increase. Again, I've lived most of my life in Old Bridge. I did move away in my 20s to be closer to work, like so many do, but to sort of paraphrase and maybe bastardize the immortal words of Kevin Smith, do not underestimate the drawing power of Old Bridge Township, or the Garden State for that matter. So I'm back. I was gone for, I guess, about 15 years, and when we came back, before we came back, we were living in Essex County. This is where the perspective comes in. Our house in Essex County was 700 square feet smaller than my house here. My property was literally half of my property here. When I moved back, my mortgage payment went down. A lot of it had to do with the fact that our taxes here, believe it or not, are very reasonable. Now, I understand that there have been, especially people who have been here forever, maybe you're getting closer to retirement, that budget is a little tighter. I get it. No one wants to spend extra money. But if you are in that stage of your life, would you rather spend an extra, and in my case, it's probably going to be around $60 a month based on where my taxes are. Would you rather spend that extra $60 a month and invest in the town and the future of Old Bridge, or would you like to see maybe $50,000 or $100,000 knocked off the property of your house, where if you are close to retirement and you're relying on that on the equity in your house to maybe carry you through or maybe help you retire early. It's just something to consider. One of the things I found shocking when I did live in Essex County was, it was a great school system and it was smaller. There were 2 elementary schools, 1 middle school, 1 high school. A lot of the kids walked to school. It was one of the things we kind of loved about it. But they didn't have a marching band. They had a state championship football team with no marching band, and all I could think to myself was, not everyone's meant to be a football player. Not every kid is going to play a sport. The arts, those programs, it's not just arts, music, Old Bridge offers something for everyone, literally offers something for everyone, and it would be a sin to lose that. Okay, I didn't have anything prepared, so that's all I got. Thank you all very much.
Hi, I apologize. I do not have anything written down or written. My daughter asked me to be here tonight because this directly affects her. She is in the cosmetology program. Her teacher is sitting right there. I know that in my household,
Can you just give us your
my
name?
daughter, I'm sorry,
Your
my
name?
name, Joanna Burnside. I know in my household, my daughter would be devastated about what is going on tonight. And I recently moved to Old Bridge, so I am new here. I have 2 kids. One's in Sauk, and one is in the Old Bridge High School. So what affects my daughter that is in the high school is going to affect my other daughter as well. I would not have moved to this town if it wasn't for the school system. I moved from Union County as well, like that other girl that spoke. The school system is shit. And I moved here for a better opportunity for my children, okay? And if this school was not good, I would not have moved here. You taking away these programs away from these children are taking away opportunities for these children. How dare you do that to them? And especially after they've been in these programs, you're not even giving them the opportunity to finish the program. You're just cutting them dry like that? That's disgraceful. It's disgraceful. My daughter has been in this program for 2 years already. 2 years. So what she just did these past 2 years is worth nothing. How do you tell that to her? I don't even know what else to say, but I had the urge to come up here because my daughter is going to be affected by this.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jennifer Roman. My son, Logan Roman, is a senior in high school. I know a lot of these teachers sitting out here in the audience. A lot of you have helped him along the way. He has a learning disability. He's not, well, now he's outgoing, thanks to a few teachers. But I'm sitting here and I'm listening to everybody talk, and it's the same thing over and over again. We need to do what's best for the kids. The money, we'll find it. We have to balance the budget. We have to give these kids every opportunity to succeed. I look at him, I look at some of the boys that walked out of this room. I've known them since they were little kids. They were in trouble every single day. The only thing that kept them out of trouble was the automotive program. Mr. Borriello. I mean, it was a joke in my house. The only thing we talk about is wrestling and the Borriellos. You know, Mr. Cittadino, you know how I am with my son. I'm all over him. And I wouldn't have to be all over him if we lived in a perfect world. But the problem is right now is that we're cutting the programs that are helping kids like Logan to become the best that they can be. So we need to stop, take a deep breath, and realize, okay, I'm not going to Dunkin' every day. I'll find a way to get my coffee. Raise my taxes if you have to. Keep the programs. Thank you.
Okay, folks, thanks for all your comments. We'll do what's best for the community and the children tomorrow, okay? Do we have an executive session tonight? No. Okay. Any old business?
Yes, I have a few things.
Go ahead.
Okay. So school is for learning and obtaining certificates and college credits. A lot of people that spoke talked about many of the CTE programs that we currently have. And as someone who went to college, and most people that do go to college are idiots, you know, especially if they don't follow my strategy and doing all that. Thank you for that student that's going to Kane. Thank you very much for that. And I agree trades are very useful, and I wasn't intending of getting rid of any of those, especially because the credits that they provide and the experience they provide is very important. However, ever since I was a board member, we've added new things every year. Some of them have come from grants, which many people have said is free money, and I warned that if we add new things, there won't be a will to get rid of them, but that's the situation we're in, and based on the appearance of people talking, it's kind of affecting my decision on the budget, so good job on that. But we have to focus on what we need and what we want. I don't agree with the rhetoric that if we make any small cuts that your house value is going to go down. The biggest reason your house has gone up in value over the last few years is because of the increasing money supply, especially in the past 5 years, which inflates real estate prices. So that's the reason your houses have gone up in value, mostly. Okay. Well, oh, sorry. I have a lot of notes written down. I also don't agree that if kids don't have a specific program, they're going to turn into criminals and not be good people. And currently, the federal funds rate is 5.5. You know, we're not going to go to 2, and I don't think we should basically have a blank check. Good thing they didn't give us a blank check, but you know, 9.9 is a lot. But like I said, the turnout in support of this budget was very high, and that's going to play a role in my decision. And this is off the cuff, taking notes of what everyone's saying. If anyone has any specific questions, they should email me. I think only 2 people emailed me in like the past week concerning the budget, so email me about anything and I'll give you my opinion and possibly some knowledge. We'll see. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I just want to... Mr. Giordano, can you just give them your email, just so they have it?
Yes, for some reason, if you go on the website, it doesn't go on correctly. It's sgiordano@obps.org.
I just want to respectfully respond to what you just said. To those of us who have children in the system and who've gone through the system, and to those of us who own homes, I want to respectfully disagree with you that it is the value of the school district that everything is based on. So I get that that's your opinion, but I can tell you as a person who's a homeowner and a parent that it's not true.
I said it's the biggest indicator, not the only indicator. I said it's one of the it's the largest indicator of why house values have gone up, is because of inflation. Of course, there's other parts of it, but that's the major reason.
I'm not talking about why they go up. I'm talking about why a district is desirable. And that's the main reason.
Yeah, but you reference home values. I'm just saying home values are affected by inflation mostly. You continue.
School district.
Okay, next. Anyone else?
No, it's still Mr. Anderson.
Oh, I'm not going to, no, go ahead.
Oh, me? Okay. So before the award ceremony last night, Elena and I was sitting in the reception room. We were speaking to some of the other donors, and everything that kept coming up was about how, great of a town this is, and how the schools and the staffs and how everyone's amazing, and it shows in what we called our Old Bridge lifers. People who, are born here, raised here, and it really is a true testament to what this town is. When I decided to move from Staten Island here, one of my main things was the Old Bridge school systems. And I have to say, I don't ever regret that move. as young as my kids are, I'm beyond grateful for the staff in their schools, helping them just adjust to a new school and just a new life, basically. You know, they're young, so that was their first time ever in school. I don't disagree with anyone when they say about the raising of the taxes. I do agree with a lot of what all of you said. You know, the money, it raises our houses, it raises it provides the programs that our kids need. I love that we offer these the trade programs and the arts and the athletic program that we have, because I speak to some people in other districts and they don't have as good as we have. So I don't want anyone to think that I'm against raising of the taxes. So when I ask my questions, it's really just to get a full understanding of what I'm voting on and what I'm voting for. It's not to disagree with people. I just like to know what I'm putting our tax money into. You know, both of my kids are products of the ESSER program, the RTI program. No one wants to see that go. You see during football season how hyped up the football games are. That's the school that I went to. That's how it was for us, and I love it. You know, it's amazing to see the community come together when it comes to these kind of programs for the kids, and I would never want to see that go. All I'm asking is just to be able to let us sit down and go over the budget, because if there is money bleeding out somewhere unnecessarily, let's close that. Because that's more money that we could put back into the schools, back into the teachers, back into these programs. I'm not questioning things to say no. I'm questioning things just to get a full understanding from my own knowledge. Thank you.
Ms. Jodry, please continue. I know you weren't finished, and we kind of...
Oh, I was finished. I just wanted to bring
sorry.
out that point
Yeah.
to you.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
I have something.
Go ahead.
I want, oh, no,
Go ahead,
no,
go,
you
go.
go.
No, go. You had your hand up first. Go. Okay. All right, so I tried to kind of take some notes as everybody went through their comments, so just bear with me as I try to follow my own notes. So first, I want to thank every single person who got up here to speak, because number one, it is not easy getting up there to speak. I especially want to say what a great job to students who get up and speak, because again, not easy. Whether we disagree on things, getting up to speak for what you believe in is so important. I love that our staff here come out in the way that they do. They come out here, they support one another, they're cheering, and I think that shows the pride that they take in this community, and I don't know any district that wouldn't want their staff to be that supportive of one another. So I just wanted to say thank you for everyone's heartfelt words. A couple of things that just kind of stood out to me. I just wanted to thank Mr. Mazzella for a second for saying that this was kind of through no fault of our own. I mean, I'm just trying to learn as much as I can. I've been up here for 6 months and, are faced with these really difficult decisions, so I am doing the best that I can and asking the questions that I think need to be asked. And also, I wanted to thank Ms. Slava for acknowledging that we are just, kind of trying to learn and just wanting some more time. It's kind of exactly what Christina said. I feel the same way. I agree with everybody that's come up here. What makes this district so great is all of the programs and all the opportunities that we afford our children. I don't disagree with any of it. And I never said that I did. So I just want everybody to know that. Okay, I also would like to just kind of try to sandwich this night with a little positivity. We started off super positive. We had to talk about the budget, and now I just kind of want to say some positive things. So in the last 5 days here in district, I've had the opportunity to go to the Salk World Language Junior Honor Society induction. I think I said that exactly right. Civil War Day at Sandburg, Senior Awards Night last night, and our celebration for our Teachers of the Year and Education Support Professionals. And I was joking with Christina that after all this, and if you throw in dance recital this weekend for my girls, I have clapped so much, and it feels so good, because it really does. You smile, you clap, and it helps with that whole pride that our community is feeling right now. I did want to say good luck to Nessie. I know she's not here anymore, but maybe she'll listen, or maybe someone will tell her. Her job isn't easy, too, to sit up here, especially when, things between the adults obviously are difficult discussions. So I just wanted to wish her the very best of luck.
And I did want to comment, I'm an Old Bridge lifer. I mean, I've been here since I'm 8, so maybe not my whole life, and I'm living in the house, the childhood home that I grew up in, and I'm raising my girls in that home where my brother and I grew up, and I'm also a proud product of Old Bridge schools, and I have pride in that and take pride in that. So please remember that you know, I'm just asking questions because I want to learn, genuinely. Okay, I think I'm done, so thank you for listening.
Elena, I just wanted to tell you that Nesty will be back for the agenda meeting because I asked her if she could come back so we can say goodbye to her.
We're going to give her an award, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I also want to build on something that that Elena just said. So as a BCBA, I take data every day on everything. You can even ask my husband. And so 33 people came up to the podium today to speak. And out of the 33 people, 26 people expressly called for a tax increase, and 0 people said that they did not want a tax increase, and 0 people asked us to cut programs.
My hand can confirm the 33.
I just wanted to add a few things. I wanted to thank everybody who came out to express their concerns and their opinions. It's, again, mentioned bravery to get to the podium, but looking at it from the outside, if I'm watching a bunch of educators and residents and students come in to preach what we're supposed to already know, there's got to be a lack of confidence and trust in the board as a whole. And I'm speaking for myself as how I perceive it. They're actually selling themselves as to why we should continue what we know is good in the district. So there's got to be a sense out there that there might be some pushback. In reference to home values and owning a home, I moved to Old Bridge because of the school district. I wasn't even married at the time, but I knew one day I'd want that picket fence. But we've heard this cliche all the time. Nobody moves to Old Bridge for the ShopRite and the Targets. They come for the school districts. And I think Peter Hunt might have mentioned, that's what they ask you, how good are the schools? So I think you guys know where I stand. I support everything that's been going on. I want it to continue, but there's a reason why 25 people lined up to try to reassure us.
33.
33 people lined up to try to reassure us what I thought that we already knew. And I'm not doubting people who question. You should question. You don't want a yes man or a yes woman up here. But we manage a $160 million budget. And when I see assistant coaches not getting approved and little nickel and diming petty things, that's not going to do anything. You know, saving, I can't even add up what the coaches are going to cost, but that's irrelevant. So I can see why they're concerned, because we are nickel and diming little things that we need. 2 years ago, we needed coaches. We needed guys and coaches to be in the bathroom and be in 10 different places. Now we don't need them. So I think it's important that the staff, even though we work for, I know that org chart was a brainstorm, that we work for the citizens, but we also support the people that are in this room. And that's why we're up here. So hopefully, as a team, we make the right decision tomorrow.
I'm sure the entire board will do what's best for the
Can I
students,
speak?
okay? Yes, you can speak.
All right, so I apologize in advance. I've got notes and arrows and everything everywhere. I tried asking Nesty if she was going to stay, but with the hour, I totally understand. But I did want to acknowledge and thank Nesty for her hard work. Congrats to the Teachers of the Year and the support staff and the recipients. Congrats to the seniors on their scholarships in community service, academics, sports, and trades achievements. Thank you for all the invites for the end of the year invites, and I will try to make as many events as my schedule allows. Congrats to the students for finishing up your AP testing and the state testing, and hope everyone can enjoy the activities for the end of the year. Stealing info from Dr. Sasso and the high school PTSA report, when Mid-States came and talked to the students, they asked if there was a trusted adult in the school that they felt safe talking to. Student after student didn't just name one staff member, they named multiple. This speaks to the volumes of our staff members and the safety our students feel when they need to discuss the stresses and the issues of their lives. One thing many can agree upon is that politics doesn't belong in our schools. that we should be here for the students, doing the right thing for them to be able to grow into great contributing young adults. I found it concerning after watching the town council meeting last week, which was the same night as our agenda meeting, that similar concerns where almost identical wording was brought up in regarding our students and the school's ability to provide support beyond the academics. While the school environment for most is purely an educational experience, we have a community of students that need us to do more because they don't have that support at home, either due to parents' inability, lack of a figure, I don't know what I meant by that when I wrote it at 2 in the morning, sorry. Lack of a parent figure, that's what it meant. Lack of a home, or any number of reasons. This is not just an Old Bridge service, this is an educational service that is equal in need as breakfast offered in school, the glass slipper project for prom dresses, the diversity of clubs for students to connect with like-minded peers, or even an attendance monitor to check why a student might not be in school that day. Just as generations now are more comfortable talking emotions than previous generations ever was, the school needs to adapt to handle the ever-changing needs of students. Just as we have adapted to those of different, the phone moved, there we go, have adapted to those with different educational requirements, providing mental health services by a certified professional is equate to bringing to adaptive teachers for adaptive learners. It is acknowledging that not every student grows and succeeds the same way. I myself am a working professional in the trades profession of cosmetology, which we do geometry and chemistry, not just chemistry. When I said your kid, my kid, and all kids, I have a kid that's in sports, in AP classes, in the arts and music, and both of my kids love Old Bridge. I continuously interact with students of all abilities at all the schools with all the activities that we're invited to, and as much as my schedule will allow. Both my husband and myself are products of the Old Bridge School District, and my oldest, who is now a freshman, was the first year of full-day kindergarten, 10 years ago. Supporting an increase of the taxes, taking advantage of the max utmost allowed, our kids are worth it, and in the end, the increase is cheaper than the decrease in the home value. We've been building early college and dual enrollment programs. It's a disservice to our trades and to our AP classes to cut these programs. Thank you.
Okay, now that we covered old business, I would like to cover new business. And on new business, we have the organization chart, which was under old business last meeting. And I believe there's one correction that we're going to make, and the correction is the board secretary also answers to the Board of Education, not only to the superintendent. Do I have any objections to that? Go ahead.
No.
Isn't that against our governance 101?
No.
Not in his capacity as board secretary. As BA, he reports to the superintendent, but in his capacity as board secretary, there is a direct line between Mr. Wydell and the board.
Okay, so what are we hoping to accomplish with this new line?
The new line is that all you people have a right to call up the board secretary if you have any questions.
So not having the line means we didn't have that right before?
No, we had one maybe 15 years ago, but it was taken away.
Okay.
So are we asking him to separate his role as a business administrator? And
No,
board
no,
secretary?
no. He's still a business administrator and board secretary.
Right, but as a business administrator, shouldn't he report to the administration?
He does.
Yes.
He does.
So you're asking him to report to us directly as a board secretary?
Yes.
Just on that title alone?
Just on that kind of issue.
If you have any issues or something
Right,
to talk
okay.
about pertaining to the board, you can call him up directly.
Okay.
Okay?
I do that already, so.
Oh, you do that already?
That's why I'm lost. I'm like, don't.
Oh, okay.
Well,
But
now it's,
we're
in,
gonna-
now it's in writing, and it took 5 minutes to explain. It's
Yeah.
fine.
But now we're just going to put it in, revise this, okay?
I just want to
Yes,
clarify,
of
that for Mr. President, I just want to clarify for the public, because it sounds like I stopped you guys from talking to him. Is there any time over the course of your leadership that I've stopped you from talking to David or
Joe?
Joe?
You forgot his name already.
Forgot him.
I was envious of him driving in a Subaru late at night with Mr.
Yes.
No, he wasn't here.
But we'll revise this, okay? Thank you. And we're not going to go into executive session tonight.
We're doing it
tomorrow.
We'll wait a
But
couple-
we will be in tomorrow,
we'll
yes.
wait a couple hours for that.
Yes. Okay,
motion to
I need a motion to adjourn.
Ms. Owen will motion.
I need a second.
Jody will second.
Okay.
Everybody will motion.
Roll call.
Everyone, yes.
All in favor, yes. Good night, folks. Everything will work
Thank
out.
you,
Believe
everyone,
me.
for coming.
Thank you.